All right, hopefully we're live. Oh, and not sure. Let's see. Close this out. Just getting set up in the background, guys. And make sure that's up. Hello, Beans. How are you? Is my sound coming through okay? I'm having a minor issue where I can't hear the PC in my headset. But go figure, if everything worked out smooth, then you know. Well, that wouldn't be too good. Be too easy at that point. Maybe I have to mess with my microphone a little bit. I'm not sure. Stupid thing was feeding back like a mother earlier. So, well, I guess you can tell by the title of this one what the hell we're going to get into tonight. Looks like it's only going to be the one model, or one 3D print rather. But one, and he is going to be a pain in the ass. One Frederick Krueger. His little glove gets glued on. Should sit like this. So when it's glued on, it's going to look like that. Well, like this. Covering his face. And unfortunately, he's in a smaller scale because this is before I learned the hollow. Got a little base for him, so when he's sitting on it, should sit up a little bit. So this is going to be a fun one. Definitely going to be a tricky one. Especially, hopefully, I've got that set right where you guys can see all the little detail in his burns and what have you. I actually got, you can see where the stripes are in the sweater. It's going to be interesting. What's up, Bubs? How are you, Bubba? I legitimately just got off the phone with Bubba, Mr. William there, and we were discussing basically the most lionest mother trucker that you've ever seen. Like the biggest liar, and I can't wait to tell that story one day. It'll be when we're not talking to him anymore. Like completely, like I'm already not talking to him, but since Bubba's talking to him, I don't want to like burn that relationship or what have you. But definitely going to light into that old buddy and really tear him apart because the lies are ridiculous. So we got the regular old rocket fuel, good old Rockstar, not sponsored. Let's pop open a can. And I'm going to put that in a place where I can reach it and not ash in it or drop paint into it or what have you, like I did with the last one. It still breaks my heart, especially as expensive as that crap is. But how is everybody on this fine Sunday evening? Because I'm basically I'm saving my big Tales from the Pines or whatever for the Thursday streams. So like this Thursday will be about different occult or satanic sects I've run into in New Jersey in the Pine Barrens. Yeah, that's just it. Like the whole thing is since we figured out the one dude is a major liar and Bubba started talking to him again. That's very awesome, cleaning the house and all watered all the plants and all that and took care of everything. That's amazing. Great. Feel like you did something on your day off. Um, laziness is my superpower. I was getting screamed out earlier for being lazy, but I deserved it. But yeah, that dude, like, whole thing is, I stopped talking to him, and Bubba had stopped talking to him, and Bubba started talking to him again. But with the knowledge now of how full of shit the guy is, so now it was funny at first because he's trying to continue on lies that are obviously like out and out lies, and then it's just moved from funny to just sad and pathetic. Like, dude, you really. And eventually, that's going to be, like I said, one of the most hysterical stories I tell because when you catch somebody lying on a small scale, it's one thing. Everybody can exaggerate or bullshit a little bit. That's fine. You know, as human beings, I think we all tell little white lies or, stuff that's insignificant. But when you lie about things like having cancer or stuff like this, yeah, you got some serious issues and you're kind of fucked in the head. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it there for now. I love that. Thanks, Beans. Yeah, hit the like button, promote the channel. Like, there, Beans is one of those that's getting mad at me because I haven't been pushing it and hashtagging it and all that. I've been lazy with that shit. But not even just lazy. It's just I'm fine if I don't get big with this. I'm fine if I stay small with it, and I'm just talking to a small group of people that are actually enjoying the content, and having fun coming here, just getting a break from everything going on, like the craziness with all the hurricane stuff, everything else, which it's looking like we're going to get hit with either the outer band of this next, I think it's upgraded from a tropical storm to a hurricane, but it's going to rip right across Florida, and I'm right in the path of one of the goddamn outer bands of it. And they basically put back up my electrical and my internet with popsicle sticks and bubble gum. So there's a good chance I'm going to get knocked offline again for a couple days or be out of power. We're already prepped up and everything else, and we have a plan in place for um, when it's supposed to hit us and see what happens. Oh, cool. Thanks, mister. Good to see you in here. Yeah. Yeah, there's somebody lying about cancer would make me very crabby. Very nicely put, mister. Very nicely put. Can't believe you don't have kids with all the dad jokes you make, bud. Like, really can't. Put some tags in the description. Can't hurt. Yeah, well, I mean, I could go like the full on grifter mode with that there, Beans, and put in tags that just like Civil War and all kinds of crazy shit and see what comes up, like how the algorithm promotes me. But I'm not going to lie at all. I'm actually kind of impressed because it seems like a lot of creators complain about how YouTube doesn't pick them up in the algorithm. And I've noticed that's the people with like 10 to 50,000 subscribers and above, where it's not suggesting in the algorithm because I think it's putting them in a different category. But because I'm such a low key content creator because I have my other YouTube channel subscribed to this channel, and yeah, it pops up just fine. Like every time, like I'll get it popped up in my feed constantly, and I'm kind of happy about that. It's like, okay, well, the algorithm's at least suggesting it to me. Hey, Sheree, how are you? Good to see you. And this, as I was saying when I first started, We are going to be working on Freddy tonight. This is for my daughter-in-law. She's all into the icons of horror and horror movies and all that, and she's honestly an exceptional makeup artist. Like she's done full zombie makeup where it looks like it should have been on a movie set. Like just phenomenal. She uses the latex. She knows how to paint it in the whole 9 yards. So I've got to try and knock this one out of the park. Um, or at least make it look pretty damn good. And let's see. This is the look we're going for with them. We're going to go into that kind of a look for Freddy here. Old pizza face. And I don't know, has everybody in here seen all the well, not all of them, but a chunk of the Friday the 13th movies? I mean Friday the 13th Nightmare on Elm Street movies. I said Friday the 13th because I got Jason Voorhees on the brain because I actually have him currently printing like a bust just like this one, but it's Jason Voorhees so they can offset each other. And I'm not sure if you guys know the entire, like the story of Freddy Krueger or where he came from, the whole idea behind him. I'm also not sure if I want to start with him or I want to start with I might start with, let's start with the glove first. Let's get the easy part out of the way where my brain doesn't have to work that hard. I don't want smoke coming out of my ears just yet. So let's switch that up. Let's do the glove first. Should be easier. Yes, yes it is. Yes. Yeah, that's exactly right, mister. So, good old Freddy Krueger. Wes Craven came up with the idea for Freddy Krueger because he read a story about a Japanese kid who was afraid that if he fell asleep, he would die in his sleep. And so the kid was so paranoid, he stayed up for 72 hours, passed out finally after 72 hours, and died in his sleep, had a heart attack in his sleep. And it gave him the idea for Freddy Krueger. So Nightmare on Elm Street is actually one of those interesting films where it's actually kind of a shock that it took off like it did because everybody goes, oh, yeah, well, Nightmare on Elm Street was a big hit in the theater, but that's not entirely true. Nightmare on Elm Street was actually originally only released on VHS tape. It gained a cult following and then became a blockbuster after that. Like they ended up because everybody loved it so much they wanted to see it on the big screen. What it's one of the things it's most notable for though is it was the introduction of Johnny Depp into Hollywood. It's his first movie, which is kind of crazy to think that a horror movie was where we got Captain Jack Sparrow from, you know. All right, let's look at this glove real quick. So the finger knives, we're definitely going to go with, we got to give them that silver tint. Definitely going to get the silver. The back of this hand, I'm thinking a bronze. Rest of the glove is leather. So that's going to get the brown. And I'm looking because I believe there's an extra plating. All right, now here's what's interesting and I didn't realize. If I take the glove and set it on his hand, right here, right where my thumb is, you can see once it's set in there, that's actually part of his sweater. That's not part of the glove. So I'm going to have to be careful with that. I'm definitely going to have to be diligent about that. I don't know if you guys, let me see, can you see that? Or is it not focusing? It looks like it's kind of focusing. Let me see if I can do this with my damn hand and get it to focus. There are little bands for where the ringlets go around. So those are going to have to get painted in copper as well. You can see the little rings that hold the blade on there. What's crazy to me about Freddy Krueger is if you ask anybody what his origin story is, it's well, he's the son of 1,000 maniacs. His mother was a nun that worked in an insane asylum. She was assaulted by all the different inmates, so that's why they call him a son of 1,000 maniacs. And he was a child killer, like he was murdering children. So the parents burned him up. Like they basically trapped him in a boiler room and then set it on fire and made sure he couldn't escape, and he burned to death. And then he came back and started murdering their children in their dreams. What they cut out from the first movie, the second movie was literally a metaphor for a gay guy coming out of a closet. So I don't even include it really in the canon of Freddy Krueger. But what they left out of every other movie except for the very first movie is that Freddy Krueger wasn't just a child murderer. He was a child um, diddler. He was P Diddy that killed him afterwards, basically. And his crimes were so horrific that that's why the parents wanted to protect their children, because not only was he just taking them out or what have you, he was also doing bad things to them on top of it before he was taking them out. Hello, bruv. How are you, Danny Boss? And they always leave that part out because, I mean, vile, disgusting, so bad, so vile, and so disgusting that you can understand why a group of parents would get together and burn the guy to death. Even though, and it was like a secret between the town, like all the different parents in the town. And then when he came back, he was taking out their kids specifically. It just, it's crazy how they changed this lore because as time went on, he became more comedic and horrific at the same time. Like he became more popular, just terrible. Why would you change it? You need that. If like there's, just think about it. We've gone from a point in time where somebody doing something like that to a child was so reviled that you were cheering on the parents to burn them to death. And now it's like, well, they're maps, they're minor attracted people, and they have problem. No, no, wood chipper feet first. Like it's an aberration against nature. Like anybody who touches a kid and takes away their innocence like that, I'm a huge advocate for, if you're not death penalty friendly or whatever, that's fine. Put them in jail for the rest of their lives. Never let them see the light of day again. They don't deserve to be around out in normal society. It's an aberration, even like I said, against nature. You don't see that stuff happening in nature. Yes, that's correct, Danny Boss. He was a PDF file. Yes. And that was something that, like, going forward, they cut that whole part of his history out. It's like I said, he's the villain. He's not the hero. There's no part of him where, well, let's look back and, let's do it where he's the hero. No, he was a complete scumbag. Like you can say Michael Myers, for example, was born just flat out evil. You can say Jason Voorhees was pissed off that not only did he die, but then they killed his mama on top of it. And he might have had some kind of reason for wreaking havoc or revenge, even though it was like way over the top. But Freddy Krueger, complete scumbag. No redemption for him. Yeah, see, like, here's the thing. This is what I don't understand, and maybe I'm not big enough on YouTube where it's going to get me into trouble, but, you know, death penalty, not unalive penalty or any, no, death penalty. Like, that's what it's called. That's what it's legally read as. It's not read as the unalive penalty. It's the death penalty, meaning that you have done something so horrific and so tragic and terrible and done something so unforgivable that you lose your life for it. It's the one thing that always kills me about a lot of people that are YouTubers and stuff like that. And maybe it's because they make their livelihood off of doing this stuff, but I don't understand why they don't just call it like it is. Why they don't say, and maybe I'll get my stream taken down or I'll get banned or something like that. I mean, granted, I've marked this not for children for a reason. Like, I don't want kids, like, kids can watch the stream for the paint, but if you came for the conversation, then just turn off the volume and watch the painting when I do it. Don't, don't listen to the conversation. Ignore the conversation. Like, it's just, it's ridiculous to me. I'm sitting there reaching for paints. This one I picked up, I think, last week. It's called Chocolate Brown. And it's a metallic. I think that'll work well for the glove. I don't know if I want to go that metallic with it, though. I need to find a bronze copper. Let me see what we got here. This is a copper. Might be a little too brassy. I've got an antique gold and a regular gold. What else do I got here? Radiant copper, I know, is super bright. I can probably use that in this little back panel here. I don't know, maybe a mix between the two. I got to look at the two coppers next to each other to see what kind of metal I'm doing. And then for the blades on the glove itself, I think we might go with just standard anniversary silver. Anniversary silver. The other thing is I've got to get a new camera, guys. So if the lighting looks like crap or the colors are coming out crappy or stuff like right now, like how my hand looks like super bright and everything else, I've had to reset my damn, like I do look like the whitest white man you've ever seen right now. Trust me, my hand is not that white. Um, but yeah, because it's like it's washing out, and that's the auto exposure on the camera lens. For some reason, it won't dial in, it won't fix itself. I mean, I can try playing with it if it looks like shit and you guys want me to, but if it's working, I'm not going to mess with it too much. And that's funny, mister, that you knew us, right? You knew somebody, his name was Charlie Brown, right? No lie. Bubba will tell you this because Bubba's in the chat right now too. The way I met Bubba was through a kid named Charles Brown. We didn't call him Charlie. We used to call him Chucky. Actually, his nickname was Chucky Buttfucky. But that's a whole nother, like, that was us breaking his balls. But legitimately, his name was Charles Brown. He was a little bastard too, that kid. Like, is just little bastard. Like, his mouth would run. There was only one kid that I knew who had a bigger mouth, and his name was Joey. And then his last name, I'm not going to say, of course, but we used to call him Joe Bastard. And no joke, people's caller IDs used to be able to program them for who's calling. People's parents would call him the bastard because he didn't shut the fuck up. Like, I mean, legitimately, Joe Bastard. And he actually plays in the ghost story that I'm going to tell on Halloween, believe it or not, because it was the last time he ever came over my house. But yeah, he was like a little dude, but sometimes them little guys are like chihuahuas. Like their mouths don't stop running no matter what. I remember one time with Chucky Brown, um, my one buddy Jake, we used to hang out. I'd say we were probably like 14, 15, 16, like that little run right there. And my sister, it was crazy. Jake was he ran his mouth to Jake. Jake was a state champion wrestler, had what we like to refer to as hick strength, and he was beating the hell out of Chucky, like just bouncing his head like repeatedly off the arm of a couch. And my sister comes out of her bedroom, and I'll never forget it because she yells at both of us. You guys are always beating him up, and you guys are assholes, and da 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 da. And we're just like, damn, like we kind of felt bad for a minute there. Jake stops bouncing his head off the chair and all that, or off the arm of the chair. And the moment he stops, he goes, yeah, you guys are asshole, and just starts talking all this shit to us, right? And me and Jake look at each other and we look at my sister, and my sister said, never mind, forget what I said. And Jake started bouncing his head off the chair until Chucky started throwing up because of the motion from his head bouncing off the chair. Stuff like that we used to do when we were kids. But anyway, I digress. So let's look at this glove. Yeah, crazy, crazy stuff. Let's get back to Freddy. So, Freddy, the biggest thing was the glove. So, I really can't screw this damn thing up. Um, we are going to go with just a regular ass brown, I think. Which, like I said, the light exposure for some reason on this, that is a dark brown, but it's coming up bright light brown. Let me see. I will try and mess with this camera a little bit, see if we can't get the color a little right. Because if not, you guys aren't going to be able to see what I'm seeing, and then stuff's going to be all messed up. Let's steal down some sharpness. Nope. There's my saturation. See if we can't get this dialed in a little better. No. No. White balancing maybe. Nope. That's just bringing out the grays in the model. Turn down the gain. That's actually a little better. A little closer to what I'm seeing. I don't want the picture to be real muddled. You know what I mean? Hue. I don't know why the hue isn't there. Let's apply that and see if that's better. And it's a little better. It still looks a little off. Like I'm not seeing the color that the light's actually capturing, which is kind of crappy. Oh. Yeah, it was definitely a lazy one. I'm not going to lie. I am a little worried about this hurricane blowing in. I think it's going to really rack Florida. I know I'm going to get smacked with an outer band. And last time I was like, oh, I'm going to get hit with the outer band. I didn't think it was going to be that big a deal. And then, my God, what a shit show it's been. Last I saw, I went on my local electric's website. There was still, I think, 100 or 102 people without power in my area. So now the thing is, are we going to get hit with wind? Are we going to get hit with heavy rain? Or are we going to get hit with a combination of the two? And why isn't our government doing anything about it again? Like, why aren't they prioritizing stuff? I mean, I've already gone on this rant, so I'm not going to really revisit it a whole bunch. But one of the things I did see, and I think it was somebody who had previously worked for the Obama administration, said with the storm devastation, because it's in rural areas, they mainly vote for Trump. So it actually benefits Harris if they stay down. Because all the very rich elites usually tend to lean Democrat. So therefore, if the rural vote can't get out to vote, then it's going to sway the election more towards her. Which, if that is the case, and that's why we're not seeing a response, that's disgusting. She should be immediately disqualified from running, in my opinion. That would be ridiculous. Like, it's just, I mean, we're talking about human beings that have already lost everything, and you're just leaving them to the goddamn crows, basically, at this point. Like, how is that? It's just like, that's part of my thing with the whole Israel Palestine thing. You know, I feel it's not our business really to get involved. That war's been going on for a long time. My big problem with that is they took American hostages. How are you not like, you give us back our hostages immediately, or we are going to send you to Allah personally? How do you just leave people, you know, out there like that? How do you, because the thing is, and we watch, anybody who's watched any kind of movie in the past 20 years, any of that stuff, we all know America does not negotiate with terrorists, or they're not supposed to. It's always been the policy, because then when you pay off a terrorist or what have you, all that really happens after that is they take more hostages because they know they're going to get paid for it. You're inspiring other terrorists to take the same action. So it makes sense. Why aren't we sending in like a team, the SEAL Team 6, to go get our guys back? You know, Israel's doing its thing. Iran's going to do its thing. And to be honest with you, we have people here that are hurting. We have people in, I want to say it's Lahaina. I couldn't remember the name of it last time, but I'm pretty sure I got the name right this time. And I want to say it's Lahaina in Hawaii, that are still like, they're devastated from that whole wildfire, hurricane, whatever it was that happened there. Rambo did have the same policy. We need Smurf on the mic sitting there talking about it. Yeah, we all know why they ain't helping. They have the money. The money is always there when they want it, but not when they don't want it. Well, that's just it. They don't have the money. So that's the real kicker, is that I just watched something, and it was a press conference. So the one, not the good liar. Like, you can say whatever you want about Jen Psaki, but my God, that woman could spin. Like, she would engage, and she knew how to spin things where it sounded at least good. You knew she was lying, but you had to appreciate the fact she was a skilled liar. The other one that's in there now, what's her name, Corinne Jean Pierre or whatever, is a terrible liar. Like, she is not good at her job whatsoever. But she was discussing it, and she said, you know, they were talking about illegal immigration. This was from 2022. And she said, yeah, well, the whole thing is FEMA is feeding funds to them. That's how we figured out how to house a lot of these migrants and all this, like illegal immigrants or whatever. She didn't say illegal immigrants, but they're illegal immigrants. To fund them and feed them and care for them when they come over the border. So she kind of already admitted that the administration was doing this. That the stuff that went to FEMA for emergencies like this is actually going out to the illegal immigrants. So all that money that should be in Americans, like to help out Americans when they're in trouble, is going to people that don't even pay taxes, for God's sake. Like, what the hell are we doing here? Like, and it's much like the strategic oil reserve. So we had the strategic oil reserve, and when Trump was in office, he filled that bad boy up at a low cost. It was pretty much almost depleted. He fills it up. Biden ran his whatchamacallit policy, his energy policy, where he cut back on drilling and everything else. And one of the things that pisses me off is they say that, well, under the Biden administration, they put out more leases. Yes, they did. And then they immediately revoked them. That's the part they leave out. It's like they make a statement that should have an asterisk next to it, and then you have to scale all the way down to see what that asterisk is, and that's what the asterisk is in this case. Is they did in fact give out all these leases to different lands and then revoked them like half a year later or something like that. It's one of those, you can look it up in a fact check or what have you. But yeah, he did the same thing with the strategic oil reserve when it came to the midterms because everybody was complaining about the price of gas. And he drained off our oil reserves. Okay, that's great. Now, if there's some kind of crisis, like let's say Israel really does hit Iran very hard. Let's say they hit, Saudi Arabia by accident gets hit by proxy while attacking Iran and they blow up the oil fields and the fuel stops flowing. Venezuelan gas is very dirty and very hard to convert to, well, crude oil. It's very hard to convert to gasoline. Matter of fact, America is one of the only places that has the refineries to do it. So it's very dirty fuel. It's almost like a tar, right? Our gas gets cut off. Well, our oil reserves, our strategic oil reserve is depleted, damn near depleted again. So what happens then? Then all of a sudden everything becomes Mad Max. Little Red Lying Hood. That's awesome. She was very good. I mean, now I'm not going to lie a little bit. My Kayleigh McEnany cracks me up when she was Trump's secretary because she came out and she had that teenage girl kind of attitude where she just shut people down. Like she just made them look like idiots. But one of my favorites was Sean Spicer when he was the press secretary because he would come out and he was such an ass. Like he was such a dick. Like if they said something to him he didn't like, that man just went off. Like he just no problem at all, just went off on it. And I think it was actually SNL had done a thing where it was Melissa McCarthy as Sean Spicer doing a press conference, and it was hysterical because it was like, yeah, that's pretty much exactly what he does. Like he's not here to play any kind of game. And then there was, I like to call her Blue Suede Goo. What was her name? She became the governor of Arkansas. Huckabee Sanders. She was one of the press secretaries. Seems like all the press secretaries, they'll end up. The one thing that bothers me about Fox News is this: it's pretty much made up of old press secretaries for Republicans, like a lot of the talking heads on there. So, old press secretaries for Republicans, and then personalities from MTV. Like the one girl, I'm looking at her when she was on there. I think her name's well, you got Kennedy, who used to be a VJ, like a video jockey. And then you had this other girl, and I'm like, why does she look so familiar? And I think her name's Rachel Duffy or whatever. I'm like, I swear to God, I know her from somewhere. So I look her up, and I'm like, oh, that's where I know you from. You were on The Real World. You're the chick who like was into Puck in like the second season of The Real World or something like this. And then her husband, I was like, he looks familiar too. And I look him up, and sure enough, he was an MTV personality as well. Yeah, Kennedy was the VJ, but it's like Rachel something Duffy. She actually was. She was on The Real World. When wait, when Puck what? Oh, when Pedro died from that season, that was such a big deal. Yeah. Well, the big deal with Pedro was he had AIDS, didn't he? I think Pedro had AIDS. That was the big deal with Pedro. And they were like, the one dude Puck that was on that season. It's crazy. I remember this bullshit. But Pedro, like, he had to be like very clean and very, because I mean, he's got an immune deficiency. Advanced, AIDS is advanced immune deficiency syndrome. And he like needed his all his shit like spotless. And then Puck's like picking his nose, tearing off scabs and throwing them on the ground and stuff. You're like, God damn, dude. Just they made Puck look like the ultimate scumbag because he had no empathy whatsoever. Do I? Oh no, the tips are silver too. Okay. Just very, very it was entertaining. It was an entertaining season. I remember that, but to be honest with you, that's kind of where I'm going to say that might be the start of the downfall of entertainment and society all in one shot. Right there was Road Rules, Real World, because then what followed was crap like the Jersey Shore or Teen Mom and all that kind of crap. Like reality TV really started with MTV. It's and then of course you had Survivor, and then all of a sudden everything became a reality show. Everything. Yeah, well, I mean that's just it. For my generation, those people were normal people when they started, but then they became like rock stars. Like even Mike Mike Mizarek, I think his name is. He's now the Miz in WWE. He started out on that stuff too. He started off as an MTV Road Rules star, I want to say it was, and then he became famous because of it. And like he was cutting wrestling promos and stuff on the actual show. But it's mess. I mean, for God's sake, we got Donald Trump as president, and he had the one of the biggest reality shows possible, which was The Apprentice. So when you break it down, it's like who better than a reality TV star to I mean, that's one of those weird things about Trump. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He is a reality star. Like he just I know with WWE at that point in time when he was in there fighting with Vince McMahon, he had to cut promos, everything else, and his wrestling spots weren't all that great. And he took one of the worst Stone Cold stunners this side of the Mississippi, but still, like, yeah, you're kind of when you look at it, wrestling definitely has a superior place in our society. It's like one of the oldest television programs was pro wrestling. They would broadcast it, and if you look at our politicians now, it's just like pro wrestling. Pro wrestling, you have good guys, baby faces, and then you have heels, which are the villains. And Trump's working heel right now, like the stuff he's cutting, but now he's converted over to a baby face, and now he's going Hulk Hogan on stuff, which is funny that they had Hulk Hogan at the convention. Theo Vaughn was actually on one of those. Theo Vaughn is a weird fucking dude too. I mean, I'm not saying I hate on him or anything, but he's a weird dude. He's just odd to me. Like he talks about shit that just comes to his head. Like he's worse than I am with that. Theo Vaughn was on Road Rules. Okay, that does make sense. I was more of a I think I was kind of checked out on MTV at that time, unless it was Liquid TV. Um, what the hell else did we watch? Beavis and Butthead. I don't think I ever missed an episode of that when it was on. Beavis and Butthead. There was something else. Aeon Flux. There was actually a show that was fun that was on Liquid TV. They did a short for it, and then they actually came out with a show for it, and it was called The Head. And this dude had like this oversized head, and it turned out there was an alien that was living in it. I don't know if you guys even remember any of this crap. Like anybody who's older and came up with MTV, MTV was definitely it when I was a kid because in the 80s when it first came out, it was like, oh my God, what's this? And anybody know what the actual first video that was ever played on MTV was? Just curious. This is just that useless trivia that sticks in GAM's head. But does anybody know what the first actual video on MTV was? That's correct. Mister, you got it in one. Video killed the radio star by the Buggles. And man, they're not joking. Actually, I think some of the songs that came out, like I remember what was it? Land Down Under had come out and the song did all right on the radio, but for whatever reason, the video is really what sold that song. Like that's what made it a ginormous overnight success for that band, for Men at Work. Was the video for it. It swept the MTV Awards, I think, at the time. Yep. But that's just it. You know this information that quickly because when you look back at it, right, and you have to kind of pity the children of nowadays. So the thing is, we can sit there, and I know there's people in the chat that can too, where you say, name this and name all the songs on it. Like, for example, like we'll throw out a kind of an obscure band, like from the 70s, like Bad Company, right? When I was a kid, the first crew of guys I hung out with were known as the Outlaws. That was their moniker they all ran under and everything else. Bubba was actually one of them. He was actually one of the founders there of them. And Bad Company was our theme song, right? So you knew all the, Feel Like Making Love, Shooting Star. We would have it always playing, and we would know all the songs on it. And then as time went on, that faded. Like now it's like you hear a song on the radio and you have to use Shazam to figure out who the hell's actually singing it. We've kids nowadays will never understand what it's like where, oh, that awesome song was on the radio. I put a cassette tape in and recorded that. Like it doesn't compute to them. Oh, Frog, I am glad you're here because you gave me something else I got to talk about. Because a couple streams ago, I sat there and I was thinking about this too. And I was like, God damn it, I'm an asshole. I try to be as accurate and as honest with you guys as possible, and sometimes I fuck up. But here's where my fuck up with Frog is. So, and Frog will appreciate this, and Frog's going to laugh his ass off, guaranteed. But I said, hey, I got to let me tell my favorite story about Frog. And I'll tell my actual favorite story about Frog in a minute. But let me correct the record real quick. So I told the story about I came in and he was all distressed, and the guy had called him a fat headed fuck. That was not Frog that happened to. I thought Frog was a different guy that both Frog and I worked with. And he went on to, I want to say he quit and went on to be a firefighter. And I thought that's who Frog was. And the whole discussion about kids and everything, I know exactly who Frog is from last week or from Thursday. So one, I apologize to you, Frog, for calling you a fat-headed fuck when you're not. That's number one. Number two, I will tell my favorite Frog story, and there's quite a bit of them because he's actually somebody that I really admire and respect. Um, just not even from our working relationship, just on a personal level that I can really relate to and respect because he's given me some great advice over time, especially in my marriage and stuff like this and keeping shit happy. He's a very good guy. But my favorite Frog story, and the one thing I'll always remember him for, is this. There was a point in time where we were working together, and the company we're working for was buying out another company. And I live out where I live, which is pretty far away from actually where we were working. Not stupid far, but good half-hour drive each way. And the place they were going to take over, the company they were going to take over, was literally 5 miles from me. And the store that it's at is run like dog shit. To this day, it's still run like dog shit. But Frog was actually thinking about taking over that store when it became available at one point in time. And he said, yeah, would you go with me? And I was like, dude, I'd follow you. 110% I would follow you into it. And it's one of my favorite stories because he looked at me and said, would you come with me? He could have just left me behind 30 miles away, you know? But instead he was like, yeah, man, we can turn that whole fucking store around. And I'm like, yeah, you're not wrong. We could turn that into a huge money maker and come across very good. But yeah, legitimately, I apologize, Frog, because you know who the other guy is, and he is a fat-headed fuck. Yeah, I really like him and everything else, but he is a fat-headed fuck. No, we never got the chance. The company didn't convert it over till many years after I was gone, and Frog was gone from from the big company. But yeah, like the whole thing is Frog knows exactly who I'm talking about, and like I feel bad. But yeah, I gotta say, like, Frog was definitely one of my favorite people to work with. Um, the entire time I was there and everything else, and I had tremendous respect for him. And to be honest with you, and he might tell you I was a knucklehead or an asshole or something like this. I mean, he has the right to it, but he'll also tell you that I would get it done. Like if he threw something at me, I would get it done for him every time. Yeah, the company runs like shit now, Frog. You're not wrong. They fucked that whole place up. They have fucked it up. And it is what it is. And they made huge mistakes, especially with the big thing is they did what GameStop did, right? When it comes to that company. They they turned around and anybody that was making over X, they found ways of getting rid of them. Didn't matter how well they did the job, and then replaced them with people that couldn't may be able to do the job, but couldn't do it as well as the people getting paid well for it, just to save themselves $1. And it's cost them in the long run. Thanks, Frog. I do appreciate that. I mean, the whole thing was like I didn't understand it. Like I don't know. It's crazy, crazy, crazy time. We but yeah, like I said, one of the guys I respected the most taught me a lot and actually had me amped up about the future of it. But the company went to shit. It's like nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. They had no loyalty to their. There was a point in time where that company had such loyalty to its employees that you could be a cashier for like 10 years, 15 years, and legit be making like 50K, 60K, like just taking care of a family on it because that was their original vision. And then it faded and got screwed. But it happens with corporations all the time. They get real greedy and then they choke to death on that greed. Yeah, no. But yeah, I had to issue that retraction of a story. I mean, that story really happened. It just didn't happen to the frog. And I was thinking about it. I was like, damn, like I was thinking about it last stream and I was like, I should say something, but it doesn't really fit here. Let me get it when it's fresh in everybody's mind. You know, like he hops in and I can lay that shit out there that it was like because I'm sitting there thinking about it. I'm like, nah, wait a minute. That's not who I think it is. It's this person, which makes sense why D. Miller has a food truck now because you usually follow up on people to see how they're doing. You always did that. I mean, it's fucking funny. I felt so bad though because I was like, damn, I lumped him in with a guy who's a decent dude and all, but he's kind of a chucklehead and he never reached the level that Frog did with that company at all. Not even scratched it. That's correct. Yes. Yes, you got it 100%. That's exactly who that comment was about. And that shit happened in the Bluffton location. I came in and I'll never forget. Like I came in for the graveyard shift and him just sitting there and he had this look on his face and he was just deflated. But yeah, we used to call him Mr. Meeseeks because that's how he was built. He looked like fucking Mr. Meeseeks with the giant fucking head. Like just crazy. He's doing good though. I mean, like I said, he's been to my house before. He came over at one point in time, I think, and just hung out for a day. Let's see. How does that look on his arm? I can live with that glove. I think that looks all right. Little brush hair on him. Get that out of there. Yeah. Just when I break out the green and red or whatever, I'm gonna have to match up the color of his sweater. But the glove came out all right. Yeah, see, that makes sense. Yeah, unfortunately, Beans, it's one of those things like this all comes in with that apology that I had to issue to Frog for lumping him in with a fat-headed fuck. That's it, just terrifying. And like the worst part for me is this: all the signs are there because Frog went to BlizzCon one year. You know, I should have known when he said he was playing World of Warcraft exactly who the fuck it was immediately because he was always playing World of Warcraft. As a matter of fact, I think he was playing World of Warcraft when I was playing Overwatch. That's before Overwatch went to total dog shit. Yeah. And then the other guy that I was talking about, the fat headed fuck story, actually was married to, like Frog just said, his niece, which is fucking insane. Matter of fact, Frog's mother-in-law is probably one of my favorite people ever that I worked with because she's just like she does her own thing and she's such a sweet lady. Very religious, very sweet lady. Yeah, it's the same way when I tell stories with my buddy Bubba, William Horniak there in the chat. Bubba, he was there. I've actually known Bubba for Jesus since I was 15. So we're looking at 34 years or something. I've known that guy and he's actually my oldest best friend. He introduced me to my best friend about I was like 16 and a half, I want to say that summer. No, actually, I had just turned 16 when he introduced me, and it was my best friend who passed away a couple years ago from a stroke. But Bubba actually introduced the two of us. That's how it's like you were my best friend before my best friend. How religious and how sweet. Very fucking religious. Like, has given thousands of dollars to the church. And how sweet. Like, you ask her, she could have two nickels to rub together. You ask her for the shirt off her back, she's going to give it to you. That's sweet. Like, very nice person. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It is a small world, but I was surprised and like, I was definitely excited when I figured out that Frog was who Frog was because I'm like, very cool. Like, thank you for the support because he didn't have to. He didn't have to support me. None of you guys do. You guys all tune in on Thursdays and Sundays and listen to me run my fucking gums for however long it takes me to paint this shit. I'm always appreciative of it. My big question is do I start with the face or do I start with the sweater? Because this is going to be painful. Let's take a look. Let's see how ugly the. Oh, God. What did I just do? Oh, okay. Thought I just crapped everything out. So let's look at what we're working with. Definitely going to go with a beat up brown in the hat that's going to be accentuated by the black underneath. That sweater. That's going to be a fucked up pattern. The face, the burns on that face are going to be rough. I might have to go in nice and light. I might actually have to go over it with a dry brush. Let me see how deep inset the scars actually are on him. I mean, the way they did him, he kind of looks like a road map. So I'm going to have to definitely dig into some of these areas. Like it looks like on his cheek and down here is going to be super red. I can definitely see an inset here. So that's going to be red. Yeah, this one's gonna be a bitch. Think I'm gonna start with the face because then I've got more grip with my hand. Yes, Bubba, you worked with her. Matter of fact, she probably trained you in the photo area. Yeah, yeah, she did. She was like awesome, awesome lady. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. All right, let's see. Bina did deep, deep cleaning today, so she can be laziest the rest of the week. Um, then Sheree was just kind of chilling. That's good. Yeah, yeah, Bub, that's who it was. Um, what do you guys got for me? What's going on in the world that I'm not aware of? Anything interesting? Any kind of crazy news or like, holy shit, you're not going to believe this? I don't know why. I think I'm going to go with this crazy ass pink for the inset and then go over it in a red to really give it a highlight. Oh, well, World War III, though, that's old news. I meant something modern. Like, I don't know. I don't know what the hell. I mean, Danny scratching his ass could cause a hurricane to happen somewhere. The latest I saw was the DeSantis warning everybody in Florida because the storm like boomeranged off the Coast and is headed straight across them. Bro, you know why they named it Milton? You because the whole thing is somewhere in Florida there is a stapler that's been misplaced and he just wants his stapler back, and that's why they called it Hurricane Milton, because the hurricane just wants its stapler back. That's the only reason. That's just that. I think the hurricanes just they recycle the names every year. A B C D E F G. They go through the whole alphabet. Yes, it was a red swing line stapler. Oh, that's very awesome, Beans. You have to post that up in the Discord. We'll take a look at it. I'm sure it's coming out cool. Like, you're pretty good with the artwork. Whoa. Yeah, good thing I'm going over this with red because this bubblegum pink look on his scars is pretty fucking awful. Let's see, you got a deep set one here. We looking on those cheeks. Let's see. Yep. Okay. Painting this sucker's face is not going to make me want to eat pizza for a while. And there. It's got one going up his neck too, it looks like. No worries, bro. So those high pinks are where my major burns are. Looks like he's got a couple right under his eyes too, but I don't see them marked out. Oh yeah, I do. There we go. I see one. I see one marked out. Right in there. What else do we got? Should have one down by his chin too, but it's not defined. So I'm gonna leave. Well, I guess that's close enough there. Good God. So we all know that there's one stream we all watch. Well, actually, two streams. We all watch Creature Features for the most part. Make that three streams. We watch Alien Spaceship Sound Effects and Vlog. Shout out to him. And then we all, of course, watch ABL. What other streams do you guys watch? I mean, you guys watch mine, obviously. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to ask you this question. But I'm just curious, like, what other streams do you guys watch that, you find informative, or you can bullshit in the chat room, or any of that stuff? Like, what other streams? I'm gonna have to be careful with this because I'm gonna have to go brighter red so it doesn't contrast with the dark. Hopefully this is looking all right to you guys on camera. Like I said, they really detailed. I can't remember who did this either. I want to say it's Photos Mint for some reason. I could be wrong on that, but whoever sculpted this, good on them, because they definitely got that inlaid creepiness of it. Oh, okay. I'll check your audio in a second there, Danny Boss. Daily Wire, several credit card points and miles streams. What the fuck? Bank bonus streams and travel streams. I mean that's kind of important because you travel a lot for work, mister. But that's it, just like Daily Wire. I just want to see if I'm an oddball in this because when it comes to like political commentary, I watch. Well, hold on. Let me check Danny's voicemail there before I get into what I watch. All right, here we go, Danny.
What's up, GAM? What's up, everyone else? Hope you're having a good night. Yeah, the only streams I watch is, pretty much yours, Aliens.
Wait. Before I go any further, can you guys hear that okay or no? I just need to know real quick before I continue it. And there's a reason why, because I don't know if my soundboard is actually being fed by my PC or not. Very low, right? Okay. I'm going to. Hopefully, you guys can't see me doing the magic behind the scenes. Get my sound settings. Let's see if this is working yet. Well, that was loud as shit. Okay, let's see. Okay, that switched it over. Let's see if this is better.
What's up, GAM? What's up, everyone else?
Oh, fuck.
Hope you're having a good night. Yeah, the only streams I watch is, yeah, pretty much yours, Aliens, and ABLs. Well, that's live streams. It's the only streams I really watch. But obviously, the things I usually watch on YouTube is, like, if you look at my feed, it's pretty much all, like, religious debates, to do with Christianity and Islam and stuff like that. And politics, obviously, and football, boxing, UFC, and obviously some sort of gaming channels as well that I follow and watch. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, good. Good. Hopefully that was much better on the audio after I adjusted it so it didn't blow out all our goddamn eardrums. It blew out mine. So I rip everybody who's listening on headphones. Um, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just it. Everybody's got their thing. Like, I listen to, of course, like for political, I actually have a myriad that I listen to. Like, I listen to Daily Wire. I'll listen to the Young Turks. I'll listen to Jimmy Dore. I get news blurbs basically from Fox News, CNN, and MSNBC. And of course, we all listen to ABL. Well, most of us listen to ABL just to hear what he's saying. Oh, you're welcome, Danny. You needed that wake up. But yeah, I listen to, like, I've got wrestling on there. I know I listen to like history of pro wrestling, Jim Cornette, stuff like this. Different people doing different takes on stuff. Um, Gaming videos, like Danny said, I'll watch different stuff for different video games, depending on what I'm playing. If I want to like boost something through real fast or what have you, I try to keep up on that. I'll watch like Critical Drinker, Nerdrotic is another one I'll watch if I want like a review of a show, spoiler or unspoiler. Disparu is another one. Yeah, see, like Sheree just said, I watch a lot of video, not so much stream. Um, I watch Mr. Ballin, the Y Files. Y Files, in my opinion, is superior to Mr. Ballin. Mr. Ballin tells a great story, but he just tells the story and kind of leaves it. Where the Y Files, they'll tell you all the facts behind it and then tell you the debunk at the end, which is what I originally was trying to do with my videos, but he does it much better considering he's pretty much from Hollywood and was a voice actor and has people writing scripts for him. And I was just some asshole that was writing, like reading a book and then reciting what I had read or surfing the net, putting it together with the book so it's updated information, stuff like this. Yeah, Mr. Ballin, like the coolest thing about Mr. Ballin, in my opinion, is like I said, decent storyteller and all that. Tells a good yarn, and kind of put you in the person's place or what have you. But he also does a lot of charity work for the victims of some of the stuff he covers. So he became humble with his success. Like, so I've got that. I'm just darkening it up a little bit because I can still see a bit of the pink highlighting it out. We're going to go to the deep seated. All right, so the next thing I'm going to do is hit him with a brown for that little bit of crispiness in there, and a lot of like these chin lines and what have you. I'll go brown with them on his cheek, the insect grooves basically. I'll go with a very, very light brown. Linus Tech Tits, our own devices, technology connections, Justine. Linus Tech Tits. I've never heard of that one. Did you mean tips and you're just autocorrect automatically became tits? Because that will be fucking hysterical if that's how that worked out. Because the P is on the opposite end of the keyboard from the T, buddy. You listen to a lot of tech creators, okay? I just found this guy's channel recently called Infrabrin. He's absolutely hilarious. I can't stop watching his videos. Okay, good. PBD, yes. You know what? That's Patrick David. I like his podcast, but I kind of have a problem with it too, and I'll get to that in a second. Let's see what else you said. Beans, Santinello, Russell, and Kina Casino. I'm guessing U.S. and document, or maybe it's something else. Kina tips. Yeah, okay. You were doing voice to text, and it just went from tits to or tips to tits. I got you. Yeah, Tim Pool I can't take, but PBD's starting to fall into that realm where I get it. You're an entrepreneur and you're a businessman. But the thing is, now when I'm watching PBD's like shit, a lot of times it's all about either Manek or like I'm trying to sell out this arena and you got to come wearing future wear or future looks bright gear and shit like this, and I'm just like, bro, we get it, you're marketing, you're pushing your product out there, but come on, like you're starting to get into that grifter territory. One guy I used to love watching, and it breaks my heart because of how far he's fucking fallen. um and I started really watching him during the Rittenhouse trial, like when Kyle Rittenhouse was on trial, and he covered it very well. He was very entertaining. All his nighttime streams were very entertaining, and then he turned into pretty much a alcoholic and a drug addict. But it was Nick Rekieta of Rekieta Law. I used to watch all the law tuber channels too, like Potentially Criminal was one. I still watch Potentially Criminal. Uncivil Law was another one I would watch all the time too. This dude named Kurt, because he was kind of awkward, but man, he knew his facts. Hey, what's going on, Devin? How are you? Which video, mister? Which video did you watch? Another one that is my one of my favorites to watch because he breaks down old stuff that was on the internet and everything else is a guy named Wang. He's fantastic. And Turkey Tom is another that's just I can't. I'll watch every one of his damn videos because he goes back into history with it. Oh yeah, about wearing the gear to the conference, right? Because what that's going to be is, and this is how many times I've seen that him do that stupid ad. We've been trying to get this business for or this location for 3 years now, and we finally bought it. And on election night, if you spend, 2,500 or like 5 grand, you can get in here. But then you still have to wear our product, which is future wear looks bright gear and all this kind of crap, and then you can be here for election night, and you might actually be able to meet us and shit. Just, dude, come on, you're starting to get grifty, seriously grifty. Yeah, I gobbled up every video Turkey Tom's ever done. Like I had no idea who Chris Chan was until I watched his shit. Um, I'm trying to think of another one that I watched pretty religiously. Um, oh, I know. So Geeks and Gamers, I never watched their normal channel, but I do watch the one dude, Jeremy, has his own channel called D-Day Cobra, and his stuff's pretty damn fantastic. Like, he's, but that man is hardcore Donald Trump. Like, I mean, redonkulous. Like, Trump could take a dump on the floor and he would be like, I'm going to bag that up and put it on a shelf somewhere. Yeah, his education. And then there's the other guys, like the ones that are kind of nutty conspiracy types, but they do have a lot of good points. So when I say that, I'm of course talking about like Bright Insight is one that I watch. God, what the hell's the guy's name? I can't remember his name, like the actual guy who hosts the show. When I first saw him, I was like, this guy's coming across kind of like he's cocky, but he actually knows his shit. All right. I do need to go in with a darker brown. Let's mix that out with the lighter brown a little bit. Let's see what color I get. Looks like he's going to have a beard. Cartier family. Yeah, another one I watch for politics that I actually watch his videos a lot more than I do ABL is Black Anomaly Rising. And I'm sure a lot of you guys watch Candace Owens, who's kind of gone a little wacky. It's okay, Devin. Thank you so much for just even taking 5 seconds to come in here, say hello, and, you know, tune in for a minute, catch a breath. I appreciate the hell out of it. Yeah, I don't do the meathead workout channels because, yeah, but you're not wrong. I do watch a lot of science and tech channels too, especially if they have something interesting going on. Jack's, if you have a naughty cat, Caesar Million. Yeah, see, my dog's pretty well behaved, so are my cat. Well, my one cat isn't, but there's no correcting the shit out of that. I let it go too long when he was a kitten. Yeah, see, Sheree, like that's what I'm saying right there with Candace Owens. Like she got hung up on, I guess, Macron's wife being like a dude or something that's transitioned, and then she got hung up on like Kamala Harris's family being white, not black. Like, I don't care. That's not why I wouldn't vote for her. I wouldn't vote for Harris. I don't care if she's white, black, polka dot. I don't care. Like, it's all about her policies and how she would actually lead, and she would be a terrible leader, and her policies suck. That's why I wouldn't vote for it. You know what I mean? The black white part doesn't land with me. And like Candace has done like I think 5 or 6 different videos now about her past. But maybe it's just me, maybe, but that stuff doesn't land. Like it just doesn't. It's basically like, oh, so you're telling me a politician lied to me about something? Oh, shock there. Like it just every politician lies. But then again, it's kind of the same thing with like in this state we have Lindsey Graham is one of our senators, and like honestly, I wish somebody would just primary the shit out of him and beat him because it's going to go. That seat is always going to go to a Republican, no matter how much they spend down here. But get him the hell out because all he wants to do is really just have more war. He has no children, so he has no dog in this fight. I don't know if he makes money off of it or what the hell, but that man is always wanting more. And it drives me nuts. It's like, yo, bro, like, chill on that. We don't need more war. We don't want people dying all over the world. If anything, let's be be the country that's anti war and put that stuff to bed. Nomad capitalism, capitalist, that's pretty cool. Yeah, Mr. Douglas Murray is amazing because he's such a good historian. Like he breaks down the history of this is how this happened. And like he's not being a douche about it. He sounds kind of pretentious, but he's not being pretentious. He's just calling it. Like he's like this is the actual history of this shit. Um Charlie Kirk, he's gotten better with his debates, but he's kind of like a Ben Shapiro. So the whole thing is like Ben Shapiro is a very good debater, but he also is debating college kids a lot of times. Those are a lot of his more popular videos, and you're like, yeah, you've got a much longer education than these kids do. They haven't figured out and dealt with the real world, so you can hit them with shit that you know that they haven't even read about yet. It's kind of unfair. Yeah, but conspiracy theories are fun if you keep them at conspiracy theories. The only problem is when conspiracy theories start becoming correct. Like, the one that always bothers me, and I'm in no way, shape, or form blasting the guy, but Alex Jones is one that bothers me. And the reason why is because he says so much shit that eventually you got to be right. Anomaly? You mean Black Anomaly Rising Beans? Is that who you're talking about? Or are you talking about somebody different? Oh no, politeness and manners exist down south. I'll tell you that much. Like people hold the door for you, stuff like this, and say hi to you as you walk past. People are polite. Yeah. Interdimensional time elves are making frogs turn gay. Real reason why we're getting all these storms is they're trying to wipe out the rural populations and turn them into dust because then when the Democrats take power, they can just pick up all the kids out of the trash that are left around and their parents have drowned, and then they can convert them and sell them into sex slavery. That's what I mean. You're throwing shit at the wall, bud. I mean, now Alex Jones was right on stuff that was way ahead of time. I'm not insulting them. I'm just telling the truth. Um, Another one, I'll tell you what, I watch every goddamn one of his videos. I did when he was in Project Veritas, but now I watch him. I stopped watching Project Veritas for the most part and just watched O'Keefe Media Group. James O'Keefe pulls this shit, and I don't know how they keep falling for it. But it's like, I don't know if the girls that like sign up to get these guys on tape are like really hot or what have you, or the guys are when they go for the gay guy, but they get people to say shit that's just ridiculous. He's got like some video coming out about the missing children at the border, and he apparently went undercover. Now, I want to say it comes out on the 10th of October. I don't know why I want to say that, but I want to say it's October 10th, and it's going to be like a full movie on him going down to the border, pretending he was a Ukrainian illegal immigrant and coming across the southern border, and then like everything he saw during it. Yeah, Danny Boss, but it doesn't. Like, so the whole thing is like, I know plenty of people that were and are high up in the government in different agencies, you know. They don't talk about shit. They don't talk about shit with their families. They can't. They know like not to talk about shit. So you're telling me all it takes is one hot girl in a red dress to get a guy to just like, yeah, so I worked for Pfizer and we knew the shot was going to do this, that, and the other thing. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you don't have anything else you can talk about? Like, if I don't know, if I'm out on a date with a girl and I'm some kind of scientist or whatever, I'm going to talk about anything other than shit that can get me fired. Dude, that's pathetic though that you're desperate to brag. Like, what the hell? All right. Um, Now we need to go to that skin tone. What do we got? We got like meat flesh. So we're gonna need like a peach. Yeah, that'll work. Let's give this one a shot. See how it lays on the skin. Oof, that's some ugly paint. Actually, gonna use the old makeup sponge technique for this one. I gotta see what this looks like when it starts drying to see if it actually mimics his skin. I already lost some of the brown in the chin because it wasn't in deep enough. Because I have a baseline in those wounds too, I'll be able to pull them back out. I'll just hit them again with the brush. Really like punch them in. Wash behind your ears, Freddy. All right. So yeah, we're definitely going to go darker on this too. I got to be careful of the contrast in the nose for Freddy. Get a little bit more of that in there. Oh yeah, dude. Fire away, Danny. Fire away. Sorry, I was sitting there looking at this thing. And Freddy's ugly mug. Didn't catch that. But go ahead, fire away. Let me know when it's there. I'll play it. Sean Ryan, I've never heard. Yeah, see, like I do the same thing. I go in and wipe out old YouTube channels I don't watch anymore. All right, let's see. Did you send it, Danny? Dooby dooby doo, doo 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 doo, dooby dooby doo. Nope, not yet. Okay. Just trying to get in here nice and tight. I know I overdid a little bit with the red there, but next coat across the face is going to blend that out. Checking it now, Danny. Right, here we go, love. Let's see what you got to say.
Yeah, a little while back I watched a debate with Charlie Kirk. You know that channel Jubilee, where they host, different debates with different sides of the political aisle, when people hash it out or whatever. Well, I watched one recently with Charlie Kirk where it was him versus like 20 liberals, and the way they set it up is like, so there's like a table in the middle and then everyone's sort of sitting around him. And then whatever topic they're talking about, when the buzzer goes, it's they would have to like run over to the chair at Liberals. So whoever was the fastest would get to sit down with Charlie Kirk and debate him for a certain amount of time. Whatever. I mean, the whole setup of it is stupid, really. Because you see people like pushing it right away and stuff. It's quite pathetic. But you should just give a couple of those students a couple of minutes each to debate him or whatever topic it was. But yeah, it was quite frustrating, some of the debate, because there was these two guys that were just so arrogant. Again, that saying, young, dumb, and full of, the last bit.
Spunk
But
is
they were
what you're
just so
looking for.
arrogant and cocky and condescending. I mean, there was this one kid who would try, you talk really fast. He's kind of like, you try to do like a Ben Shapiro way, which you try to talk really fast, so act like he's making a point, but he's not really. And then he'll smile, and it's just the thing about these debates is, I feel like a lot of these people don't really have debate etiquette. You know what I mean? They don't really know how to sort of handle themselves in debate. I mean, the thing about a debate is you've got to know when to speak and when to shut up, right? You can't keep speaking over each other, and cause that's when it turns into an argument and it can get quite heated. You're not really meant to get emotional in a debate. You're meant to be logical and rational and, think
think things through. And I feel like a lot of people nowadays just don't have patience. They just want to interrupt and get their point in and try to do a gotcha. And it's like, people need to calm down and just, hear people out, digest what they said and then think about it and then respond. And that's the problem. That's the problem I see now with a lot of debates. Is a lot of people speaking over each other, and it kind of just turns into an argument. I mean, what do you think about that?
What I think about that is you're not wrong. So, one of the big problems, in my opinion, when it comes to debating somebody, and I'm not even going to try and knock the guy here. I'm just going to say this the way this shit usually goes down. Right? And sometimes he's right for doing it. Other times I'm just like, yeah, you're not really winning a fucking debate here, buddy. Is ABL when Ivan calls in. So, for those who don't know, ABL is very conservative, black conservative. He's pretty good on his facts, everything else. Ivan always calls in with a liberal left wing and thinks he knows all the facts on everything. And there's times where Ivan will say something and he's correct in some of the stuff he's saying. He's actually, like, if you look it up, he's not wrong. The problem is that ABL goes, nah, 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 and then we'll turn down the volume on him and then say, now, what do you got to say to that? Just answer that question. And it's like, that's not how an actual fucking debate works. Ivan speaks his point, and then ABL should look at it and go, you're right when you said this, but here's where you go completely wrong, and explain why he's wrong, and then explain the truth of what it is instead of just cutting them off. A lot of times people are more worried about looking incorrect or wrong than they are about actually telling the truth. Like it's not just the left. The left will shout you down. Like, that's the big problem is with debates nowadays, people want to shout you down, and like Danny said in what he was talking about, the gotcha questions. Like, everybody wants this big gotcha moment. Gotcha, you're a lion. Gotcha, you're a liar, or whatever. But shit's a lot more nuanced than that. It's a lot more nuanced than a 2-second soundbite. Let people explain their point and then, go, well, this is where it's incorrect. I just watched, I want to say it was Tim Walz, went on Fox News, I want to say, with Shannon Bream. And he's talking, and he like screwed up bad because she's like, well, this is what the law says, and this is what the actual facts are. And then he would say something else, and she didn't just let it go. She waited till he's done speaking and then came back with the actual facts. That's how a debate works. That's why J.D. Vance did so well in his past debate, because he came in, said something, and he said something so correct that Tim Walz can't disagree with it. Like, oh, I agree with most of what you said there. So I think a lot of problem with debate nowadays is everybody wants that I gotcha question and the soundbite versus this is the actual explanation of the nuance in between. Fast talker guy. Yeah, see, and that's the other thing too. I understand somebody wanting to talk very fast and spit out all their stuff and get it in there and all, because they feel like they're going to either A, get their mic cut off, but if you hit somebody with 10 different things, by the time they're done explaining one, your time's pretty much expired. So then you try to flood somebody with so many questions or so many wrong statements that they can only correct so much in a short amount of time, and you make them look bad. I think part of the problem is not one of us see the world in the same way at all, ever. We can see certain things, like important things, all together. Like, here you go. Here's one. Don't diddle kids. Simple, easy. You agree? Yes, I agree. Now, you might get somebody who goes, well, that's nuanced because people have a psychological disorder and, they see a kid, not, well, that's called a fucking freak. Like, that's called a sicko. They should be removed from society because they hurt the society. Tell me how it's not right that they don't hurt, they're not hurting somebody else or inflicting their pleasure over somebody. How? They're putting themselves and putting somebody else in danger that's innocent and can't defend themselves, that's weaker than them. How's that wrong? Like, explain to me why that's wrong or why you feel that's not wrong. We can agree on shit like that, but it's the little nuances that people don't agree on, and then they go for the bigger ones to hammer it home. It's the same way I have a problem where, like, and it's nothing against you, Danny. I'm just using you as the example. You'll say all Muslims, for example. Not all Muslims. It's not all of them. It's some of them. Maybe it's the more hardcore of them. You could say that. Hardcore Muslims. But never say all because you're including these people that don't agree with some certain shit like Sharia law. Stuff like this. You're not leaving yourself any breathing room. Always be a little bit more specific, especially if you're talking about a large group of people. That's one of those things in the debate you can get hammered for. Like all liberals want war and want this and want that. Well, no, there's quite a few that don't. And if they did, then like look at Tulsi Gabbard, for example. That's a perfect example. RFK Jr., another one. Elon Musk, another one. They flipped everything over to a different side because they're like, this is where we see it going and we don't like it. Well, they're technically Democrats. All the rest of their views are Democrat except for these two big things, but it's those big things that change it. But they're still technically Democrats. Yeah, there's conservative callers that call and disagree with ABL, but the whole thing is, it's one of those things. You could say something I completely disagree with, and I'll argue my point. You can argue your point, you know, and I'm going to listen to you to respond. But you're never going to hear me go, I'm getting triggered. It's my show. You're not going to talk over me. Fuck that. It's all everybody. Like, I'm the one doing like this painting and stuff, and I'm streaming or what have you. But you have your say. You have a voice. If you want me to hear your voice, you can go to Discord, send me a message. I'll listen. I can disagree with you. You can disagree with me. That's fine. But don't cut somebody off. Let them, like somebody who calls up and they're racist or something like that. And I mean, we've heard it when somebody calls in and just yells the N word at ABL and he has to hang up on them. That's something that you can cut off. That's something that's triggering. You know what I mean? Nobody wants to hear somebody talk like that. But when it's somebody who's disagreeing with you on politics, religion, one of those nuanced categories, let them have their say. Because I'll tell you what, if they are an asshole, they're going to prove themselves to be an asshole. And if you're being an asshole, you're going to prove yourself to be an asshole. I agree with you all the time, Beans. Knock it off. Now, fear, so it's not the fear, right? Yeah, I know. I think that's hysterical. Fear leads to hate. Hate leads to anger. Anger leads to the dark side. Right. I don't consider I took my political thing, my whatever the hell that's called, and I actually came out 2 points on the left from dead center. Leans liberal like 2 points. I'm not conservative by any stretch of the imagination. I consider myself a centrist. I look at both sides and say you're both dog shit, but this policy is better here, this policy is better there, and then I do it like it's a Chinese menu and I'm taking what I want from the buffet and leaving the rest behind. But you have to have that nuance in there, and you have to have that conversation, because not everything either side is saying is completely incorrect. One side is just gone a little bit more nutty than the other side, and the other side has some fucking nuts of its own. But you don't cut people off because it's making you angry personally. If you're actually a good debater, you don't get angry. And if you do, it comes out with the words that you use to diffuse the other person's argument, not by silencing their voice. Which is why I always say, Beans, when you were in there as a moderator, you were a fantastic moderator. Sheree is a fantastic moderator. There's people in that chat that I watch that say shit that they disagree with, that you disagree with, and you still let them have their say without silencing them. What you were talking about is your comment about it's never all people regarding religion and such. This is the point I try to make when I talk about my family and upbringing. Yes, exactly, Beans. You know firsthand, like I'm the same way. You know what I mean? I've met people, like I said, some of the nicest goddamn people. And I mean, treated me well. And to be honest with you, there was times where I thought my ass was cooked, and they would step in front of me and be like, "Nope, you ain't touching white man." And that's because that's what they called me, white man. But it didn't matter. They had my back. And like they were just good people. Very good people. They just believe differently than most of America does. Because America is a Christian nation. But I don't like it. You know what I mean? It's like saying, even if you break it down to something stupid, like an inane argument, like, well, all white people do this, all black people do that. Do all black people do this? Do all white people do that? No, that's not true. Like, it's one of those things with like illegal immigrants. It's one of those things that cooked Trump at first, where he was like, they're all criminals. They're all, and I mean, technically, they kind of are all criminals if they're here illegally, because they broke the law to come into the country. So he's kind of correct in that. But they're all murderers and rapists. No, some of them are people that are just trying to escape. Now, granted, they should go through the port of entry if they're really trying to escape. But still, the point remains, you can't say all of them, man. What's up, Six? How are you? And dude, Six, it's all in the reflexes. It's all in the reflexes. Yes, it's just like exactly. You got it in one, buddy. It is 110% Big Trouble in Little China theory. But yeah, that's one of the things that personally, and it's not, I understand, like, you might not even mean all. But when you say it and you're saying it loud and in a public setting, people can infer all, and then they start assigning things to a designated set of people, and then they hate those people just because they come from this background. And that's where you have to be careful, because you're right. It breeds it breeds a bigotry by accident. I guess, as the saying goes, only a Sith deals in absolutes. That's kind of true. I need to darken him up, but I don't want to go too dark, because then I will lose the paleness of it. And I want the paleness in there. I don't mind losing the red a little bit, because I can always just tag it back in like I just did. I just got to find the right damn color mix to get this on there right. Give them that crispy look. And I think I just found it. Forever. Oh, welcome to the chat and everything forever. You know, I should do like a low pan or what have you. That would be a cool figure. Um, maybe that creature. I got to look and see what they got online. But yeah, maybe I could do a figure for that because Big Trouble in Little China is one of my all-time favorite movies. I think it is Mister, who's also in the chat. I think that is his favorite movie. I love that movie when I was a kid. And it's funny because when Mortal Kombat first came out, I was like, they made a Big Trouble in Little China video game? What the hell is this? Have you paid your dues, Jack? Have you paid your dues? The check is in the mail. Definitely going to have to get in there with the red again. Give him that damn crispy look, though. It's not looking terribly like a burn victim. Hit the highlights over him again, too. Two girls with green eyes. China is here, Mr. Button. I always get a kick out of the fact that Lopan was played by Snotty from Revenge of the Nerds, too. That always cracks me up. Oh, Frederick. You are looking a little bit more and more horrific every time. Definitely going to have to go back in there with the red and the highlight. Finally found the color tone I was looking for. Give him that burned out crispy look. All right, I'll play the audio in a second. Give me your best shot. I can take it. Yeah. Big Trouble in Little China. What a goddamn fantastic movie. They did a sequel in the comics. They did comics after that for it, and they weren't that good. First time you ever plugged the guy, Jack? You know what old Jack Burton always says at a time like this? What the hell? Let's check old Danny Boss's audio, mate. Right. You will come out no more. You will come out no more. What? What will come out no more? All right, let's see what old Danny Boss said. Right.
Yeah, that point about obviously when you said that, I say about when I talk about Muslims and I say all Muslims, I mean I don't know if you said that I do that or I can't remember now, but yeah, when I obviously talk about religion and Islam and stuff like that, I obviously I told you guys before that it's I know it's not all people, or all whatever religion is. Because you get some hardcore followers of a religion, and you get some very moderate followers of a particular religion, and obviously I get that it's not really rocket science, is it? But obviously, if you say you're a Muslim, then that means you're a follower of Islam, right? And you're a follower of the Prophet Muhammad. So you have to, live by his teachings and all that kind of stuff. And if you aren't, then you're not a Muslim. I mean, my mate is a Muslim, but we talk about it all the time. He teaches me a lot of stuff about Islam and stuff like that, and he doesn't follow the teachings of Prophet Muhammad. He doesn't pray 5 or 6 or 7 times a day or at the mosque. He doesn't want Sharia law in this country. I mean, he loves this country. You know what I mean? He loves the West. He doesn't want to live under an Islamic ruled state. So is he a Muslim? I mean, he says he is, but he doesn't follow any of what Prophet Muhammad teaches, or so it's kind of one of those situations where there's a lot of people in this country who you've seen it over time in the past couple of decades where and it's predominantly with the Muslims. I mean, you guys would have to live here and experience and go to see these places for yourself, obviously, because me just telling you guys, and I could be exaggerating, I could be making up, right? But there's many cities across England where Muslims have taken over and pretty much implemented Sharia law and Islamic rules and stuff like that. And they, again, and they cause problems for everyone else. You don't really see the Sikhs, Hindus, Jewish people, other religions do that. You only kind of see that with Islam. Once they, when they're the minority, they're very peaceful and they get along with everyone. But when they become the majority in that area, they start implementing their ways. And that's when you start feeling the negative effects. And that's when you'll start going, oh, crap. Maybe we shouldn't have let this happen. But it's too late. But, I know you guys have some problems in your country in some areas, but nowhere is near as bad as what we have over here. But yeah, that's just my thoughts on that one, mate.
So you just proved my point. I do love it. You're not wrong. What I was pretty much saying, maybe I said this wrong, but I had said to you one time, because you said all Muslims, all Muslims. And I think I had said it to you, and you have, for the most part, corrected yourself with the whole all Muslims thing. But the thing is, like your friend who is a Muslim, that's just it. That goes back to that story I told about the Jewish kid that worked for me who came in and was upset because a Hasidic rabbi told him that he wasn't an actual Jew because he didn't abide to every rule in the religion. That didn't make him any less Jewish. Some Christians only follow certain parts of the path, depending. Doesn't make them any less Christian. That's the nuance right there that you just were talking about. That is the nuance in the argument. That's why you can't say all, because he's still a Muslim. He may not follow every one of their teachings. The hardcore Muslims, they follow every one of the teachings, but he doesn't. Doesn't make him any less doesn't make him any less worthy in the eyes of the God that he worships. Same thing for Christianity, Judaism, Hinduism, what have you. You know, it's just the very devout that think that their religion is perfect and pure and everything else that follow it to a T. Those are the ones that cause a problem. And honestly, on pretty much every damn side of it. The check is in the mail. What's going on, Smurf? How are you? Wait, what's Bean? What are you tired of, Beans? Are you tired of so okay, let's lay it out on the table. The argument that I'm making has been Bina's argument because a lot of Bina's family members are Muslim, but they don't follow it to such an extreme or hardcore place where they are what, well, how do we say this? What's the words that they say in the press nowadays? Extremely extremist Muslim ideologists, God damn it, I can't even speak. Muslim extremists, we'll just say that, ideologists, right? Ideologues. I think that's how you say it. They're good people and they happen to believe in Allah, right? Jewish Jewish person, they don't have to be like out, sitting there and everything else doing everything their religion teaches them, and they can still believe in Moses. Christians can still believe in Christ. That's what I'm saying, Danny. Like, and that's been Bina's argument the whole time too. There's nuance in it. And like it is what it is. But then again, I also understand because your country right now, Danny Boss, is under siege. It's gotten to a point where it's fucking out of control and you feel a certain kind of way on it. And I understand that and I can appreciate that. And you're allowed to, well, actually, no. Where you are, you're in the UK. You don't have a right to that opinion at this point because you guys don't actually have a free speech. You don't have a set of amendments that give you that free speech like we do over here in America. Over here we're free to say like, yeah, I fucking hate all this type of person or whatever and be assholes about it or have a limited view and be all right even if we're wrong. That's that's a God-given right over here. You unfortunately they'll come lock you the fuck up and probably beat you with a fire hose on the way. So I get it. I also get the frustration. I'm gonna clear things up again with another audio. You have. Like you've cleared it up. I get exactly what you're saying. I understand. Like I think we all get it. We get where you're coming from, man. Don't blame me for how you feel. Don't fault you for how you feel. It's how you feel. You're fine. I mean, like I said, at this point, it's just really everybody. The entire point of my goddamn conversation is that there are nuance in all things, and shutting down the way you combat free speech. I mean, the way you combat free speech, the way you combat, ideas and everything else, and find the best one is by having more speech, having an open dialogue, discussing things, not shutting it down, not saying I'm right, you're wrong, you're an idiot, by saying, okay, what about this? What about that? And making the other person realize what they're actually saying to you. I think the rips on his neck look a little bit too much. What do you guys think? tone that down just a little bit. Start getting into his teeth and fix this damn neck. Goddamn buzzard neck. Goddamn Willie from V looking son of a bitch. That's an old show I used to love when I was a kid, was when they did the miniseries for V. Yep. There you go, mister. Good call. It's called confirmation bias. You're only noticing the things that reinforce your thoughts a lot from a lot of particular group, but you are ignoring the 99% that does not. It's okay to feel frustrated, especially when you might have someone to talk about it with. Yeah, and I mean, Mister's not wrong there. You know what I mean? Like, you're not wrong at all. Whole thing is, every human being, I don't care who you are, you want confirmation bias. You want to feel like you're right 100% of the time. Nobody's right 100% of the time. And if you don't believe me, get married. You'll find out just how wrong you are 99% of the time. And I mean, if you're going to propose an argument, especially if you ever end up married, you better have all the facts and everything come with the receipts, because if not, you lose and it does not look well on you. A kilt with underwear? Are those even like, they really make them? That should be outlawed immediately. Damn, Freddy has blue eyes. I never knew that. All right, give me a titanium white, because that other white, this wicker white stuff, looked nice, but it sucked. Anybody else tell tale of the pork chop express? Here's one that's a little controversial, I'd say. I actually like John Carpenter's movie, The Ghost of Mars. I liked Desolation Williams, like Ice Cube's character in it. I thought they could have gone on and done many more like films with him as Desolation Williams. Fort Dix. Did they shut down Fort Dix? Somebody was telling me they like shut it down or converted it. Go with a little blue in these eyeballs. Get a little spot of black in the middle of them. Now, you know what? When that movie came out, Vampires, with the dollar sign for the S, mister. When that movie came out, I had such high hopes for it because of James Woods. Like when they're dragging the vampire out of the house and he's like yelling, "You die, motherfucker, you piece of shit, you son of a bitch." Like he's just going off as he's stabbing the vampire over and over again. And they're dragging him out in the sunlight. But the movie was terrible. Like they screwed that one up. They screwed it up bad. Yeah, still a small fort. It's still there. That's cool though. Like, yeah, I had cousins. My uncle was stationed in Fort Dix. I'd been on base a couple. It was like, well, actually, more than I'd like to admit. Hmm. All right, let's see how the rest of them turns out. See if I'm happy with that. Let that stuff dry. I do appreciate the fact that the vampire law and that was because of lore, and that was because of the Catholic Church and reverse exit. Yeah, that's a cool explanation. Um, there was actually a movie that came out, and for some reason, I want to say James Cameron directed it. Right? I don't know that it was a Cameron directed movie, but it had Lance Henriksen in it. It had Bill Paxton in it. It had the chick who played Vasquez in Aliens. Like, it was a whole cast of people from the movie Aliens was pretty much in it, and it was a vampire movie called Near Dark. And it's like it was a cool movie. Like, I really enjoyed that movie back in the day. Like, they go into a bar and just like rip the whole bar apart. Like, it's crazy. And I think that one didn't get the flowers it deserved, because like the whole thing with it was they kind of saved the son. Like, this farmer's son gets bit by this girl, and then he kind of goes off with him or whatever, and kind of becomes part of them and what have you. And the way they get the son undone from it, the father does like a blood transfusion, drains like a bunch of his blood out on the floor, and then replaces it with his own. But it was like a virus in the blood. Pretty interesting concept. Dude, I told you, Danny, you're fine to send audio whenever you want. I'll play them. I mean, we'll discuss them. That's all. Don't feel like you're getting jumped on either. Yeah, if you've never seen it, look it up. It's a movie called Near Dark. Let me see. I think I haven't played this one.
I mean, first of all, I didn't even bring religion up. I mean, I don't really even want to talk about it anymore, to be honest. I mean, because I know you guys don't really want to talk about it, don't want to hear it. And then, it's like I was saying before, I mean, I guess we'd have to be face to face, and we'd have to maybe have a few hours to really hash it out and to go in detail about it. Because just these little audios back and forth and these little messages back and forth is not really like, it's easy to misinterpret. And I'm not talking about anyone's friends who are Muslim, whose family members are Muslim, or I'm just making a point about if you say you're a Muslim, that means you're a follower of Islam. Islam, Prophet Muhammad's teachings. I mean, if you know anything about Prophet Muhammad, his lifestyle, what he did, the whole history of when he was born in I think it was the 7th century, how he created Islam, the things he did, the actual hadiths that tell you about Prophet Muhammad. If you don't know about this stuff, then don't comment and don't act like you know everything about religion and then accuse me of certain things. Because there's a history behind it. I mean, Jesus Christ, 1st century. Islam, Prophet Muhammad come about in 7th century. But yet, Jesus Christ is talked about in Islam. They say he was a prophet. They say he didn't die on the cross, that Allah took him to heaven the day before the crucifixion. They put in place a Jesus Christ lookalike to get crucified instead. They say that Christians believe in 3 gods. They don't understand the Holy Trinity concept. I mean, the Quran, in Islam, they talk about Christianity a lot, and a lot of it is just has been debunked and is false. I mean, and I understand it can get quite heated because people get emotional and they say, well, my family members are not like that. I mean, if your family members don't follow the Prophet Muhammad's teachings, then they're not Muslim. I mean, you're just saying you're Muslim by name. I mean, just by your just for the hell of it. I mean, because you could say that about anything, but then if you say you're something, but then don't live by those teachings or those policies or whatever it is, like in politics, if I say I'm conservative or I'm a Trump supporter, but I don't follow those policies, I have nothing in common with that at all. I don't practice what I preach, then I'm not a conservative, I'm not a Trump supporter then. I mean, let's just call a spade a spade. I mean, and it's not, it's and I'll just leave it as that. So, you can go on forever with this, but that's pretty much my last audio for tonight. Maybe it's best, stop talking about this stuff because some people can't handle it.
So Near Dark, yeah, well, good audio. I get you, but I will tell you this much: I know. I have a couple of African American friends who have been to prison who converted to Islam and being Muslim, so they didn't get raped or beaten up or shanked by other sets of inmates. So people find religion for different reasons. It's everybody has their own free choice in it. I'm not here to shit on one or the other. But yeah, I get what you're saying. But yeah, Forever, it cracks me up because he put in the thing his first hits for Near Dark, the hair from the 80s. Yeah, it's on full display in there, including like this little fat kid with like a mullet, like a ridiculous mullet. But it's the same thing with the Lost Boys, the old movie The Lost Boys. Look at the hair in that goddamn movie. It's just classic 80s. All right, let's hit Danny Boss's next thing on his playlist. Yeah, you got to miss 80s hair though. You're not wrong.
Oh, sorry, just quick reply to Mr. The comment about it's okay to feel frustrated if you don't have no one to talk about. I mean, that's pretty funny. I mean, again, it's you don't live here in the UK, Matt. You know what I mean? And of course, I have Christian friends who I talk to about every day. And there are people, friends and family who've experienced the same thing I've experienced. I mean, I don't really not understand what point you're trying to make. I mean, again, unless you've been to these places, experienced it, every single day. And, I'm 31 years old, you know what I mean? I've lived in London my whole life and I've seen the change. My parents have seen the change, and everyone pretty much agrees and feels the same way. But the only difference is a lot of people are fearful of Muslims. A lot of people are afraid to speak up about it. They're afraid of being called Islamophobic, racist, blah, 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 blah. They're afraid of being hurt physically as well. Because a lot of these people are extremely violent and will physically attack you. The difference is I'm not. I mean, I'll say whatever I want to anyone's face. It don't really bother me. If you get offended, you get offended. If you want to debate, we can debate. If you want to fight, we're going to fight. It is what it is. I believe in what I believe in. I'm not afraid to express it. The other people believe what they believe in. They're not afraid to express it. Well, that's fair then, isn't it? But when the government come out and start saying that I can't say certain things because it's Islamophobic, it incites violence, but then they can say they're pretty much the opposite of what I'm saying, but against my religion. Oh, but nothing happens to them. That's cool. Well, that's when it becomes a problem, right? Because how would you like it if your government did that to you everywhere you are? They start saying you can't say certain things about this group, but that group can say what the hell they want about you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Go cry about it. How would you feel?
Well, I can actually answer that one. So our government does do that to us, or tried to do that to us, to a point where Elon Musk had to go spend $44 billion to buy a social media platform from its previous owner. Um, yeah, yeah, that happens. But the thing is, you guys aren't outraged in the same way Americans get outraged. Like, I mean, I hate to throw this towards it, but look at the BLM riots, what happened during them and everything else. Whether you agree with them or not, if you anger Americans to a certain point, there is a breaking point where we rebel. There's a reason why we won a Revolutionary War against the British. Why? Because we're meaner. Maybe we're meaner, narrower sighted, not as educated. I don't know. But there's just something in us where we have a higher propensity. I'm trying to think of the fucking word. We have a higher tolerance to violence, specifically when it comes to government and government trying to control us. Government watches us because they know they can push to a point, and after they hit a certain point, the dam breaks, and then it's over. It's kind of like a child doing something and their parents telling them to stop it. And the public, the collective public of Americans, we are the parent. The government is the child. And eventually that child gets to a point, and it might not be this way nowadays, but back in the day, that was it. Your ass was whooped with a belt because you pushed it too far. You stepped over that line just too much. And that's kind of the reason why we don't have shit like that go down over here. Because when it gets to that point where it's like, oh, like you're cutting our voices off, you're starting it, you're getting us to that point, you push it one more step, and then the government always backs off. You guys don't react like that. You have too many people that are like, oh no, this is fine. I mean, I feel for you. I do. I can't imagine not just frustration, but losing my identity as a nation would be terrifying to me. I'm going to tell you now, they all people go, oh, this will be the last election if, one side or the other gets in there and everything else. It won't be. It won't be. And the reason why is because if it's really that tragically bad, the American people will say, I've fucking had enough of this. And there's a reason why we got a Second Amendment right. They will form militias and shit will break free. And it won't be, well, the left side versus the right side in the Civil War. Let me put on my beanie and fucking start talking shit. No. No, it won't be that. It'll be the American people versus the American government. And that's a whole different ball of wax. Propensity. Thank you. That was the fucking. That's exactly what I was looking for. We do, though. That's just it. It's the same thing with. You're starting to see Americans get there with illegal immigration. I'm not going to lie a little bit, including people that are on the left. It has nothing to do with if they're on the left or the right. Once it's in their face and it's starting to take over, they're looking at it and they're going, yo, this is fucked up. Do something about it. It's going to take one time where the politician says, oh, no, well, you got to just live with that. And all the gloves fall off, all the restraint and everything else because they're trying to be tolerant right now. But I'm telling you, it's not just one set or the other set, it's the American people, especially the working American people that are going to finally say, enough of this shit. And they're either going to course correct or something will happen. Now, what I think will happen is it'll come down to a voter box because they're going to try and settle it there. But if shit gets worse, it's going to get a lot worse. Like, it'll get ugly. And nobody wants that shit to get ugly. I don't want it to get ugly. I don't want to have, like, all kinds of craziness happen and people become vigilantes, like everybody thinks they're fucking Batman or the Punisher all of a sudden. Like, I don't want that justice. I want actual justice. But it's going to come to a point. Like, I'm not going to lie a little bit with everything going on with this hurricane, with FEMA and everything else. Don't be surprised. Do not be surprised when somebody loses their fucking shit and goes off. Because you're looking at people who have lost everything. And when you have nothing left to lose, you're capable of anything. And, like, terrifying things that you never thought you would do. You know? And, like I said, Danny, I feel for you in the UK because I've watched it. I've watched it from afar. The one guy, David Mon, he's over in the UK. He's been telling me about it for 4, 5, 6 years now. About what's going on, what he's going through, and the different bullshit, and what he sees happening, and how it's changing, and how people are all against it. And then I'm like, okay, so what's the solution? There is a solution, but you guys aren't willing to implement it. And I don't mean you guys as in the public. The public's probably all right with it, but your politicians, your government, take Smurf. Smurf is out there in the Midwest, and like he really wants to get one specific type of gun because he's a gun enthusiast. And he can't get that one type of gun because they have it banned where he's at. Shit like that. That shouldn't happen. That's against the Second Amendment. And it's not like Smurf is like planning a murder spree or anything else. He's just a gun enthusiast who likes shooting guns. It's bullshit. Bullshit. What type of gun is AR-15? He can't get it where he's at. Technically, you could still get a 50 caliber. I know with New Jersey, some of their gun laws that you have to have the gun set a certain way before you're allowed to have it. Like they have to modify it in the gun shop, certify it's been modified a certain way before you can take it home. But if you want like just regular raw deal, I live in South Kakalaki. Here you can fucking put a gun on your hip and walk around nowadays. They passed constitutional carry, I think, last year or the year before. Which is probably why everybody's so polite. Hmm. Well, I got to do his teeth too. Don't think he's coming out too terrible. Although I would like to do a little bit more line work in the face, I think. Right. Well, I'm not going to say where Smurf's at in the US. That's up to him if he wants to chime in the chat and tell you. But I'm not going to reveal his location. I'm just going to say, yeah. Yeah, there's a couple states that have done shit like that. The one that always got me was this. New Jersey, for example, is what's known as a half castle doctrine state. And half castle doctrine means that if there is a way that you can retreat out of the situation, So somebody breaks in your house, you have a handgun, and you have it specifically for self defense. You're on the second story. You have a window next to your bed. You have to climb out that window and jump down and break one of your legs, possibly, before you shoot the person breaking into your house. Before you are legally allowed to defend yourself. To me, that's fucking ridiculous. Because as the saying goes, oh, what, you value your things over somebody else's life? Well, they obviously valued my things over their life if they're breaking in my fucking house. That's a oopsie. But yeah. Yeah, half castle doctrine. Stand your ground laws can be abused, so you got to be careful with those too. You know, I think that was the whole thing with what was the Hispanic guy that was like part of the neighborhood watch or something that jacked the kid up. He got acquitted or whatever because, and it was in Florida. It was a stand your ground law. Yep, George Zimmerman, that's his name. Everybody was like, "Oh, he's a white guy," and it's like, no, he was actually Hispanic, and it was a black kid, and it was a pretty damn big thing. Yeah, there you go. Democrats called him a white Mexican. Yeah, and like he walked up on the kid and all that stuff, and it was messed up because that's a one of those people that should never have owned a gun, to be honest with you. Because if you're going to go out and start trouble like that or go looking for it, it's one thing if you're like minding your fucking business and somebody comes up and tries to rob you. It's another thing if you're trying to play, off duty police officer. Get the fuck out of here. You can't do shit like that. So, you see a woman being attacked or something. Okay, I can understand. You're trying to prevent a crime and what have you. But if you don't know the entire score or it's not laid out for you, then what are you doing? It's not your job to be the cop. That's what they're there for. That's what they get paid for. Can't do shit like that. Be better than that. All right, so we go red, green, red, green, red, green. Yeah, one of my buddies actually had pointed out that story to me not long ago when we were talking about it, and I was like, "Yeah, that's bullshit. Like you can't do that." I mean, if you're sitting there and you're minding your business and somebody's messing with you or somebody breaks in your house, by all means, but don't go looking for a fight ever. You let the fight come to you, and when it does, let them start it. You finish it, and you take their heart when you do. That's how that works. A wise man once said that, I believe. Just take their heart from them. It was funny because when we were training martial arts, somebody was like, "Oh, well, tell us how you disarm somebody with a gun, or what do you do if somebody with a gun shows up, puts it on you, and says, 'Give me your wallet.' Like, what technique would you use to disarm them and do this, that, and the other?" And the instructor was just like, he goes, "You take your right hand You slowly reach into your back pocket with 2 fingers, you grab a hold of your wallet, and you hand it to them. Fantastic advice. Yep, and find a swamp. Well, that's one of them good things about living down here in South Kakalaki. Swamp all over the place and plenty of hungry gators. I mean, technically, if you live in Florida, the Florida Everglades, they'll never find it. Not like they'll find something that has it and has the remains of that person in the alligator's belly, but not good. Oh, and by the way, Danny, if you felt like we were beating up on you or anything, we weren't. You're not the only person who says stuff like that or does stuff like that. And I don't think you have for a while, so apologies if you feel like we gangbanged you there. If you feel like your butthole's like been ripped out of you. I always wondered why they gave Freddy like Christmas colors for his sweater. Oh, good. You had a little cry. All right, you gonna have yourself a little piss, mate. All right, let's see what you say. I mean, I don't know. Like they go together and they bring cheer. I guess that's kind of disarming in itself. But why not something like darker and more evil? Like simple black always works for me. Like Michael Myers is that overall blue. Or no, Michael Myers was black with a white mask. No, wait. He is like a dark navy blue, isn't he? He's wearing workman's overalls. Michael Myers, Jason Voorhees, kind of a denim look to him. Art the Clown is black and white. I don't know. I don't know what color Michael Myers was. He was wearing a mask. Yeah, you're not wrong, Forever. That does make sense. If you are pulling kids, Christmas colors would work. Yeah, that's a good point. Let's see what Danny's got to say. Discord. God damn, bud.
Yeah, sometimes I have this gun debate with my mates, and one of them in particular thinks, because I say, obviously I talk about you guys a lot, and obviously you know what you guys got. You got the 2A and all that stuff, and obviously we talk about obviously the escalated knife crime over here, and obviously we've recently banned zombie knives. I think the government has, if I'm not mistaken. You know, the big kind of machete knives. They're not even knives; they're swords, pretty much. They're fucking machetes. But again, oh, we banned it. So can you naughty guys stop carrying them, please? Because we banned it. Oh yeah, sure, officer. Oh, we're gonna listen to you because we follow laws. Bullshit. I mean, doesn't work. They banned the XL bullies, didn't they? Oh, you got to wear muzzle, got to be in lead. I told you guys before. They bumped into one off the lead fat muzzle. These people don't care. They don't follow laws. They're gonna still carry zombie knives. They're going to still go around stabbing people and whatever. That's why, you know, a really great idea, but, you know, I think I'm a genius for coming up with it, but I think you should put more police on the street. I mean, who would have thought, right? Put more police on the street. Hire more police. Actually get them to stop and search people. Yeah, you might think it's a nuisance. Oh, you know, stopping me for 20, 30 seconds, patting me down, checking what I've got on me. Well, if you've got nothing on you, then you've got nothing to be afraid of. A little inconvenience, big whoop. But they're going to be out there stopping and searching people and actually getting to the bottom of it. They're going to be taking machetes off of these kids and these teenagers who are doing all the killings. And they're going to be imprisoning them. And then the word's going to get around, oh shit, I better not do this because I don't want to spend 5, 10 years in there. Or actually, to be fair, a lot of these people couldn't care if they spend 10 years in there, but it's not the point. I just mean, you know, you're going to start seeing real change then. But until that happens, I'm going to carry what I can carry on me because I've got to protect myself, right? I've got to protect my dog or my friends, my family, or people around me, you know, an emergency situation. You are legally allowed to carry a 3-inch non-foldable knife over it, so I do that. So what's wrong with that? But then there's some friends and family who think they think I'm crazy for carrying a knife on me. They're like, how could you do that? It's like, a lot of people just live in pure ignorance. Just like, you know our knife culture in this country. You know our knife crime. You know our government isn't doing anything about it. You know they don't even want to talk about it. You see petty theft, people's phones getting robbed, people being beaten up, stabbed over nothing. What, you don't want to carry anything on you to protect yourself? Like, it's just insane to me that you have to, like, explain these things to these people. It's like, you're going to wish you had one when something happens to you. I'm telling you now, and it might be too late. And obviously, as I was talking to my mate, I said, I wish, you know, we'd have the Second Amendment over it. And he's like, but he thinks that if we was to have the Second Amendment over it, then everyone would just be shooting each other. I mean, that's his mentality. Is he thinks if everyone has guns, then everyone will just be shooting each other out on the street. You know, if anyone gets into an argument or anyone gets in a disagreement or whatever, they'll just start blasting you. There'll be murders everywhere. I mean, I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. But you know, in these like hardcore red states where you can open carry and stuff like that, I'm pretty sure everyone's not running around just shooting each other just for the hell of it. I mean, as you said, Gam, you know, there's a stand your ground law and, you know, burglary and stuff like that. If someone breaks in, you can shoot them dead and get great. They deserve it. Over here, you have to all you can pretty much do is give them a talking to and say, you know, you better get out now before I give you a good telling off, you know. Because if you do hurt them or kill them, the police are going to be putting you in handcuffs and you're going to end up going to prisons. So it's like, it's completely backwards over here. We're meant to be this, you know, the United Kingdom, Great Britain, but yet look at how we're running now. You know, look at what the government are doing. We have no free speech is pretty much being taken away. No self-defense laws. I mean, you can't make it up. It's completely insane.
So the one thing I will tell you, your friend is kind of right in a way. Unfortunately, any kind of stabbing crime you have over there right now, switch that out for gun crime, because that's what's going to happen. Anytime you have somebody that pulled out that pocket knife and defended themselves, you're going to have that happen. It's just the way things happen. Like, it'll just replace the stabbing crime. Would you be better off for it? Yeah. The real reason we have our Second Amendment isn't just to defend ourselves and our property. The real reason we have the Second Amendment is also to protect, in case our government goes completely corrupt, the American citizen has a right to defend themselves against their own government. It's kind of a check and balance that our founding fathers put in place to make sure. That's why it's labeled as a well-regulated militia. But it's literally to stop the government, not really just other people. Because they didn't want the government getting so much power that the people couldn't defend themselves against it. If that makes sense to you. Right. Or if King Charles got fancy and tried to retake colonies, because then everybody has a gun, now they can go out and defend their country. Like, I'm not gonna lie at all. I've often said, let China come and invade us. Let them land in New Jersey. They're not making it past Camden or Philadelphia before they're taken out. Like, and we're talking like military trained soldiers versus just civilians, because some of those civilians I know would fight to the death. It's the same way ABL was saying with the gangs in Chicago. I think he was talking about Chicago, where he's like, somebody had asked him, like, well, would they ever rise up and stop the Venezuelan gangs or whatever? And he's like, nah, the gangs are soft and all that stuff. They're only soft if nobody's organizing them and leading them. If somebody gets smart and puts them all on the same page, that'll turn a corner real quick. That'll go from nope, nope, nope to yep, 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 and it's going to be bad. I wonder. See, like the red and the green, I think the green's too green on this damn thing. Like, I swear, I think the green might be too bright of a green. I think it needs to be more like a muted. Let's see what I got. I only have 5,000 different shades of green. Let's go with this shade. Like it's a dirtier green. I guess that's the only way I can say it. But yeah, I mean, that's just it, Danny. I'm telling you, I feel bad for you guys over there. I really do. My heart goes out to you guys, but it was something else. I told somebody, I can't remember who, to remind me about it when we were live streaming. I would go into it. The whole thoughts and prayers. So everybody always says our thoughts and prayers, our thoughts and prayers, and I get the sentiment behind it. You know, it's we want nothing but the best and positive for you. But we would play like Call of Duty 4 Black Ops, me and a couple of my buddies. And the thing is, you squad up, so up to four players in a squad. It's like you can play duos, singles, or squad. So anytime we played a squad, if there was only three of us on, we had to pick up a random guy, a rando, and he was quickly nicknamed Doug, because if you ever saw Thor Ragnarok, that was like one of the jokes was when Thor first gets in there, the rock dude keeps calling him Doug, and he's like, why you call me Doug? He goes, there's old Doug over there, and it was like a skeleton on the ground. He goes, yeah, we always get new Dougs all the time, but no Doug ever lasts, so we call everybody Doug. And we would do that with our squad mates, but you would mark the ground on, we're all jumping here, so we're going to move as a squad, and we're going to move as a team. We would mark it, and he would jump out somewhere completely different on his own, and we'd all be like, well, there goes our Doug. And then the next thing that would flow out of all our mouths was, thoughts and prayers, Doug. Thoughts and prayers. Like, it's almost an empty sentiment at this point. Thoughts and prayers. Like, well, we're sending our thoughts and prayers. How about you send friggin' help, government? How about that? Huh? I don't care about your thoughts or prayers. Send help. Let the church send thoughts and prayers. That's what they're there for. Let people that can't help send thoughts and prayers. But You know, like thoughts and prayers aren't going to help anybody at this point. But maybe that's me. To be honest, looks like Burger King shirts right now. Yeah, it does. Da 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 da. All right, let's see what you got, Danny. And if it's more than a minute, and it is, I'm gonna take a leak while this plays.
No, I kind of disagree with that, Cam, though. This is the thing, though. No matter where you are in the world, I mean, criminals, evil fuckers are always going to get their hands on things.
I'm not taking a break. I'm listening.
I mean, we're not meant to have guns over here, but yet you do hear from time to time that these gangs, they get access to guns and they will go around shooting people. When I went college back in the day, just around the corner from the college, there's this chicken shop. And in that area, there was these two rival gangs who had obviously issues with each other. There was an incident once where there was a bunch of people in this chicken shop outside the college I used to go. And there was these two young guys on pedal bikes. They cycled past and they saw someone from the rival gang in this chicken shop. They both pulled out guns and they shot into the chicken shop, aiming for him. They missed him and they shot an innocent girl right in the head, Ed, who used to go to that college. So it's like, you're going to get fuckers who get hold of guns through the black market and whatnot. You can get access to it. So the government, okay, all good law-abiding citizens, you can't have anything. No knives, no guns, nothing. We're going to take all your rights away from you. Oh, but the evil fuckers and the criminals, they're going to continue carrying knives and guns. What are you doing about that? Well, nothing. Not much, really. We'll try to do our best. But you guys are just going to have to suffer in the meantime. Well, if we had a two-way like you guys over there, then it's going to even the playing field. You need to raise people in a good culture, and educate them on guns. You have to be civilized and obviously know how to use it and only when to use it. In emergency situations, not just because you feel like it or you have a little argument or whatever. But I'm talking about self-defense when your life depends on it. And this is what I mean. This is why I feel like everyone should have it, because these fuckers are always going to have them, no matter what the laws are. So why not allow everyone to have them then? This is the thing.
So that's the argument for a lot of the gun control states over here. And you're right, it hurts the law-abiding citizen because the criminal's always going to get a gun. The thing is, if you're out there defending yourself, let's say you have 2A, let's say you have concealed carry, let's say you have all the rights that Americans have. What I'm telling you is that all the knife crime, because I'm sure it's not just bad guys pulling knives and robbing people and stabbing them, it's also law-abiding citizens defending themselves. Your gun crime will take over your knife crime, because why would you use a knife when you can use a gun? That's my point. And the other thing is, these guys showed up and they shot into the chicken shop or whatever. Dude, that's every Tuesday in Chicago, okay? That's every night of the week in Philadelphia or New York or what have you over here. That's how it all goes down. Like, that's part of the reason why Democrat-run cities, stuff like that, they're always like gun control, gun control, gun control, can run on it and get reelected as like mayor or what have you because of that. Down south, you don't have that as much, because when you're shooting into a store, like it's actually like, I'm going to say it's more provable, and I don't know if I'm factually right here, so I'm just winging it. But I'm going to say it's more provable that if you go to a place like here, like South Carolina, versus like New Jersey, the gun crime might be the same, but not as often. Like, you might have as many people killed by guns, but it's actually not happening as often down here, because somebody pulling out a gun down here You're less likely to do it if you have somebody else, like everybody around you has guns. Here's a quick story. The first, what was it, a week, month that I moved here from from New Jersey to South Carolina. It's the first month, I want to say. I got down here. The gas station not far from where I was living, there was a guy who was coming through and had gone down to the tourist trap, and he was from New York. On the way out, he decided to stop at the gas station before hopping onto I-95 to get up to the north, robbed the gas station, went in there with a gun, came back out, and when he did, the other people that were out at the gas pumps filling up their car had seen what was going on in the store, had already called the cops, and had all their guns pointed at him, so he came walking out, and then the clerk came walking out and put a shotgun in his back. They held him there until the cops showed up. But I was like, God damn, like, because the average citizen, if you have a strong community, will protect the community with the guns. However, a city and stuff like that, the more people you have, the less likely you are to have people that have control over that stuff. You have people that are scared that get guns because it's like, oh, I'm going to protect myself and everything else. Never take safety courses, never understand exactly what happens when you fire that gun at someone. And then they see somebody just reach in their pocket to pull something out, like a cell phone or something. Oh my God, he's got a gun. Bam. And then they accidentally kill somebody. Or even worse yet, they're so panicked. There's a reason why cops will expel their magazine in a lot of cases. You won't see them like go one, two shots, but usually they're in a tighter target because they practice for it. But even then, you'll see where a cop panics and their bullets go all over the goddamn place. You never know what you're going to hit. Like, there's a lot to it. It's not just like you get a gun and that's going to stop everything. It doesn't work that way. You may be on equal ground with the criminals, but there's other ways to be on it. Honestly, no matter what, you're going to get punished because you are following the law. The criminal's going to do what a criminal does. Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, that was me forever. I will tell you now. The first time I got down here and my wife gets out of the car and goes pumps gas, I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Get back in the car. You're not allowed to get out of the car and pump your own gas. She's like, what are you talking about? That's how it's done down here. I'm like, what? She goes, yeah, it's a fucking New Jersey thing. I'm like, you're kidding me. I was like, what is this savagery? Now I can't picture not pumping my own gas because I remember sitting there for 15 minutes to half an hour waiting for somebody to pump my goddamn gas in New Jersey. Sheree, that's epic right there. Don't ever bring a knife to a gunfight. Oh, all right. I have to take a leak. So let's fortunately I knew I was probably gonna have to pee. So I set this up ahead of time. Make sure the volume's good.
Hello, may I help you?
Yes. Hello?
Hello?
Are you dental malpractice?
Yes. Well, please. Where did you get our number?
I went to dentist. I went for tooth decay. They did awful thing. He ripped my teeth out my gum. I cannot talk. I cannot eat. He cursed me and hit me while I'm sleeping.
He hit you.
And then he put me under sedation. I wake up, my pants unbuttoned. My teeth gum is dripping blood. I cannot even blow bubbles when I chew gum, when I drive cab. What the...
What? I don't believe.
You gotta help me. They kept cursing me. I went there, I crying, they cursed me, threw me out.
does this?
This man named Mr. Rocco on Bronx. Mr. Rocco, Louis Rocco.
Louis Rocco?
He's yes, I go there for a cab. I stop cab, my tooth hurting. I go in. He say sit down. Then he punch my teeth. I'm bleeding, and then they my pants unbuttoned, and then they cuss me.
Okay, give me a number. Can you give me your number?
Yes. 5553591.
5553390.
Yes. It's okay. Then I wake up, my pants unbuttoned.
Okay,
But why they do this thing? They don't. What? Why? I'm new in this country, and then this is the treatment by people.
okay, what is your name?
My name is Ali Kamal.
Can you spell that? Why are you screaming?
My teeth. The guy took my teeth and punched them. I can't make even chew popcorn, nothing. You got to help me, Allah. I pray to Allah that somebody help me. Please help me. This man must be
No,
stopped.
did you call another firm?
No, I call you.
Where did you get our number?
From newspaper.
Tuesday.
Okay, I'm too much pain. Too much pain.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, my bathroom breaks are the jerky boys. Gotta love it. I always loved it when he did that one. He did Tarbosh, the Egyptian magician. I punched my chest, it disappeared to the crowd. Classic. So I am seeing a problem. And I don't think it's the person's design problem. This looks like it comes over and the whole top of his sweater is red. It almost looks like I should have brought the red down further, but craziness. The Egyptian magician. I have to tighten up the damn red. I actually got to tighten up the green too. Yeah, so here's another thing, Danny. You know what else works pretty good against a knife? A baseball bat. Just carry around, well, actually, a cricket bat. Go get yourself a cricket bat. Cricket ball. Carry it around with you. And then you can say, well, me and me mates were just playing down at the, whatchamacallit, or I was trying to catch a quick game of it, or whatever. I don't know how that would actually work over in the UK now I'm thinking about it, because I don't know enough about the game of cricket. I just know the bats are very big and very heavy, like a 2x4. Are you off for the night? Thank you for listening as long as you did, Danny. Let's take a listen.
Alright, guys, I'm gonna head out. I think that's me for the night. Great stream, GAM. Krueger's looking good. I mean, he's not looking good, but you know, your artwork, your painting is looking good. Because he's a nonce, and
Thank you, bro.
you know. But yeah, thanks again for everything. Nice little debate tonight, and yeah, I'd like to take this moment to apologise to absolutely nobody. I only met him. Yeah, but don't worry, I won't talk about religion anymore, you know, because I guess, you know, people just not in the mood for it, are they? And, you know, it's best just to talk about other things, I guess. Because I'm not here to offend anyone or ruffle anyone's feathers. But yeah, take care. Have a good end to your stream, and I'll chat to you guys tomorrow or the next. Peace.
Dude, yeah, Danny, you're all right to discuss whatever you want to discuss. You use the voice channel all the time. That's fine. It's absolutely fine. You know what I mean? And you're allowed. You're more than entitled to your point of view here. Everybody is. You could be a Kamala voter in my chat, and you can sit there and say, "This is why I support her over Trump." And hey, I might agree with you on certain points. You never know. But thank you for always being interactive and tuning in. And everybody that's in my chat on the stream, thank you guys. I appreciate every last one of you just taking, like even Devin just dropping in for like a minute or two there just to say hello. How's it going? And I got work to do. Like that's awesome. Thank you for just even thinking to jump in the stream and say hello. I appreciate every last goddamn one of you. But yeah, and you're right. You're right, Danny. Because if you don't debate with people and you don't have conversations and you don't share your point of view, then who knows? Maybe something said will change your mind, or maybe it'll strengthen your position on it. But you got to have the discussion, because if you don't, you're not being honest to yourself, and that's the worst thing you could ever be. Got to be authentic, and you got to be honest. And also, don't take shit from anybody, ever. But I always appreciate you guys being here. Everybody, you know, like I do appreciate you guys hopping in, whether it's a Sunday stream or a Thursday stream. And just watching an old man with shaky hands try and paint shit for people. Using cheap, my wife. My wife's like, why are you still using the cheap paints when we got the good ones for you? And I'm just like, that's the whole point. I want people to know that they can do this shit themselves. Just 7 more audios slamming Islam. Yeah, exactly. You can do, if you don't speak, you forfeit your voice, and there's nothing worse in this world than not having a voice. I always worry more about the people that don't speak, let shit fester inside of them, and then explode. That's terrifying. Oh no, you're good, Danny. I know. The shittiest part for Danny, I don't even know if he's still in the chat or not, but shittiest part for Danny is he can come on here and have that discussion with us. We're, as far as I know, everybody except for Danny is pretty much in America. We can have these kind of discussions. He's not even allowed to have discussion over there. So him getting it out of himself, that's a good thing. Yeah, exactly. What you just said in the chat, you went into a mosque, things went south. Like, I don't want anybody getting to that point. But what unfortunately, your government is failing you, and you've got to make them realize that they are failing you. And I don't know if that includes getting all your neighbors together and going petitioning there, or how that shit works. I don't know, because I'm not a UK citizen. I can't give advice like that. I know in America, you are entitled to peaceful, not burning shit down or hurting people protest, but you are entitled to go out and have your voice heard if you really are expressing displeasure about something. And people do it all the time. We see it all the time. Like those assholes with climate change that like glue their hands to the concrete and stuff. It's their protest. They're allowed to have it. They're allowed to be dickheads. Actually, I think that's one of my favorite speeches from an old movie was the Simon Phoenix speech. Demolition Man. Wesley Snipes played Simon Phoenix or whatever, and when he realizes that the elites, like their whole plan is for him to go and wipe out the other people that want freedom that are living underground. And he's like, you can't take away people's rights to be assholes. Like, he's not wrong. Yeah, I can't imagine not being able to speak either, Sheree. That's terrifying. You should have the right to express yourself, be yourself, or what have you, as long as you're not hurting anybody. If you're actively doing it to harm somebody else or destroy stuff, then that's not right. But if you're just trying to be, like, hey, I feel this way about something, your voice should be heard. Nobody should be silenced unless it's, like I said, something that is actually intended to destroy. So, like they always say, you can't yell fire in a crowded theater. That's bullshit. You can yell fire in a crowded theater if the theater's on fire. What, you're just supposed to keep your mouth shut and let everybody burn to death? No. But if you're doing it to cause people to riot or, panic, public panic, where people are going to get trampled, hurt, and everything else trying to get out of there, that's a different matter. But if you're yelling the truth, that's part of the danger of social media. That's why Elon Musk bought Twitter. Because you can't silence people's voices. You can't. It goes against everything that America is based on. Everybody has the right to their opinion. Like, let me put it to you this way. Here you go. Here's one for you. Here's a hot take. Yeah, don't take shit from anybody. That's right, 6. So, right, but okay, Danny, so you just said you bring up facts from their books and all that and disagreeing with it. You're correct. But that's because not everybody devoutly follows something. It's nuanced. There's people that don't follow it. Now, you can say they're not Islam. Well, then you're not a real Muslim, but they are. They still believe in most of the book. They just don't believe in that part. And that happens all the time. But that's just an American take on things. You're dealing with a whole different type of circumstance over there. Damn, I forgot what I was going to say now. Something about crowded theaters and shit. It was going to be like, insightful, like dun dun dun, like real important stuff that, was so important that I forgot it 2 minutes later, like I smoked a joint or something. Yeah. Damn, I completely forgot where I was going with my whole little fucking rant. It fucked me up, bruv. Yeah, that's right. As Sheree says it, Americans don't take shit from anyone. And that's just it. And here's the sad part. People are like, I hate to bring it back to this, but people are talking about the government with, the whole hurricane thing. And it's like, well, they put 3,500 people on the ground and, this, that, and the other. Okay, then why is that's it? 3,500 people for what? How many square miles? What does that break down to? So what? You put one person over 10 square miles? Is that how this is going to work? Like, get the fuck out of here. Mobilize the military. What are they doing otherwise? Well, I know where the Navy is, but where's, like, how about the Army? What, we don't have National Guard? Like, mobilize everything you have because Americans are in peril. What are we doing here? It's, I don't know. It's a goddamn shame. Sorry, that's my bad. I best leave. Nah, you're fine. I get derailed all the time. There's this one time, hysterical. And I was actually baked out of my fucking gourd, too. Like, we had just smoked, and I was at this party. And it was a bunch of people that were younger than me that I didn't really know. And I started telling this story. And I don't even remember what story I was telling, but I was getting balls deep in it. Like, I mean, my mouth was going. And everybody's paying attention. Like, the whole party, like, had gathered around and is listening to me talk. And I'm just talking and telling the story or whatever. But I'm baked. Like, completely blasted. And I realized all of a sudden that everybody was sitting there listening to me. Like, they had stopped what they were doing and everybody was just paying attention to what I was saying. And because I was stoned, I focused on the fact that everybody was paying attention to what I was saying and completely forgot what I was saying. And just stopped and went, uh, like Kamala Harris on when her teleprompter went down. That kind of thing. Like, it was just like my brain froze. And I was like, anyway, what was I saying? And the whole party just resumed. And I was like, damn. And they're like, yeah. Like, my one buddy walked over to me. He's like, yeah, man, the weed hit you, didn't it? Like, yes, it did. This one time in band camp, I think Devin was a flute player. Like, not even joking. I think she really was. I think she has said that before. Something else I noticed about myself. I paint completely backwards. I put the darks on top of the lights for some reason, and then go back in with the light. I don't know why I do this when I'm painting, but I just do it. And I don't think it's the right way of doing things, but I still just do it. Yeah, I mean, it does happen, Six. It's funny though, like when it happens. It's almost like when you walk into a room and you're just like, like, oh, I got to go get a bottle of water. You walk all the way, across the house into another room where you got that water. You get into that room and then you just stare blankly for a good 3 minutes, like, why the hell did I walk in here again? Shit. You walk out, you go sit back down wherever you are, and then you're just like, oh yeah, I needed water. Shit. Sometimes a thought will just escape you. But you know what that means? That if that happens to me, that means I'm qualified apparently to be president of the United States, because that's what's happening lately. Hey yo. The one person I have not heard from is Beans. Did she just completely dip out this time? Which will be funny because it wasn't me who pissed her off this time. Usually she gets mad when I tease her. Good Lord. I am definitely going to have to tighten up these lines. I know this much. I'm definitely going to have to refresh my paints too because they're starting to goop. That one eye looks goofy to me for some reason. I put the pupil dead center too. Maybe I should have shifted it over a little bit. Might need to put a little more of that tan in there too. Yeah, I don't know, Six. She like disappeared. I mean, I kind of feel her and I kind of know where she's at because she just literally had the same conversation in my chat that she had the other day in the Discord with somebody else, all about religion and stuff like that. She started like, like, God damn it, I don't want to deal with this. I don't blame her. Sometimes when you do an open forum where anybody can argue anything, religion or politics or whatever, you're going to piss somebody off. It's unfortunate. It's just the way things are. But then again, that also goes back to what I always say. It's just, well, if you're going to argue it, then argue with more speech. I know what I was going to say. I don't know if I was going to say this this is what I was going to say in the rant I was on when I got knocked off there. Yeah, that's right. I forgot. She is working on that koi masterpiece. That thing's going to be badass when she's done, too. Guaranteed. She's a fantastic artist. She really is. Um, I know what I was going to say. Because I was like, I'm about to say something controversial, and then all of a sudden it crapped out. People who espouse racism, should we censor them? I say no. I think they should be able to say vile, hateful, fucked up shit. I think they should be allowed to. But my reasoning on it is this, because then you know who they are in their heart and exactly who the hell they are. Before I moved to the South, I was always told how racist the South was. I'll tell you now. South has some racism to it. The North has a lot more. The difference being this. In the South, people are out there loud and proud with their stars and bars and the rhetoric. You can tell. You know who the racists are. Up north, people go, oh my God, that's terrible. How would you say something like this? You're racist, blah, 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 blah. And then the moment no one's around to hear them and they say how they actually feel, it's fucking tremendously like shocking. How many different white enlightened people that you think are friends to black people or have friends that are black or Hispanic or whatever nationality, you know, whatever type of American they are, that will wait until that whoever they're going to talk shit about clears the door and then they start running their gums about them. I would rather know you're a scumbag right off the rip than find out you're underground a scumbag. And you know, the whole thing is, and I think I've said this before, my dad is he'll always be a Democrat. That's just him. That's his generation. He still sees the Democrats as not that far to the left. Shit like this, right? Like old school Democrats thought Joe Biden was going to be a fantastic president because he remembered old Joe Biden, if that makes sense. And I had said that to my father, and my dad agreed with me, and I was shocked. I was like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, you're absolutely right." And then he told me a story about how he went into a bar, like he goes to his jazz bars or what have you, and hangs out. And he's watching like the Celtics play because that's his team. And there was a woman there, black woman sitting there by herself. And he sat down next to her or whatever, bought her a beer. Said, "What are you drinking?" "I'm drinking this." "Okay." Buys her whatever. She said, "Thank you." And then she goes, "I don't feel comfortable here. I'm just going to let you know I don't feel comfortable here." And he said, "What do you mean you don't feel comfortable?" And he said she had Southern twang. She goes, "I'm from the South." And she's like, "I'm going to tell you now. Down South, I know who the racists are. Up here, I can't tell." That's terrifying to me. That's a goddamn shame. But yeah, true story. And my dad, of course, was just like, "Well, I'm not a racist," and he's not. Not a racist bone in his fucking body. He's much like me as far as that goes. Where I don't give a fuck what you look like. I care about who you are. Like if you're a good person, you're a good person. I'll hang with you. I'll bullshit with you. I'll talk with you. If you're scum, then I want nothing to do with you. And he's like, "Well, then stick by me, because anybody who even thinks about getting racist around me is in for a fight." And my dad's like, I always called him Chewbacca because he's like 6'4", probably two. Well, now he's a bit smaller, but he was always an athlete. Um, so he probably about 265, 270. Big dude, big fucking dude. But yeah, he's built like Chewbacca. Yeah, I never understood that stuff. It's the same way. One of the things that actually bothers me, especially when it comes to the left side of the aisle, is they started crushing in pedophiles with with normal gay folk, and I don't understand that one either. Because I know plenty of gay people that if you told them, like, "Oh, well, all gay people want to, do this, that, and the other thing to kids," they'd punch you in the mouth. Like, they want nothing to do with that kind of shit. They find it abhorrent, just like everybody else does. Oh, guys, what do you think? Is he coming out all right? He look like shit. Wonder what he looks like with the glove on. Ooh. Oh God, tell me you didn't just do that. Actually, that kind of worked. Tip of one of the tips of his fingers went right from the glove, fell right into the red paint. I think he's coming out all right. I got to do his teeth too. Shit, I can't believe I just did that with a claw. That's crazy though. I think he's coming out okay. He'll be OBKB. Hmm. Thank you, Sheree. So it is a quiet Sunday. That's why I only picked out one thing to do. I didn't know how much time he was actually going to take. But he's got to get painted, and I figured might as well knock him out. We are in that season, you know. And I think my next stream on Thursday, like I said, I think earlier on, that'll be the different little cults that I've seen out in the woods of the Pine Barrens. Week after that, on Thursday, I'll tell the tale of Pineys, different ones that I've drank with, met, and all that kind of shit. And then come Halloween, that's when I'm going to tell my own personal ghost story of the ghost that I grew up with and the one that I currently see. So it should get interesting the closer to Halloween we get. Thank you, Six. But like I said, it's the in-between times where I debate whether or not to tell you guys like an old school party story, you know, tales from when I used to work at a bar. Because those are always fun times, like different era. And we should just pull up and look at current events and discuss them. Very cool, Six. I would love to hear some of yours. I love it because anybody that's had a personal ghost story like knows when somebody's bullshitting about it and when somebody's telling the truth. Like you're just like, yeah, that's that kind of checks out. That doesn't check out at all. You know, that's too made up or that's bullshit. And it's always those personal ghost stories that throw you off. I think it's the same thing with the damn alien abduction, though. Like people that say they've been abducted by aliens. I never know if they're telling the truth. Like I automatically assume you're lying to me when when you're telling me the story, unless there's something that really resonates or what have you. Like I think they actually made a movie back in the day about it too. Travis Walton, the I think the movie was called Fire in the Sky. Where he came walking out of the woods like a week later and supposedly everybody agreed this is what happened. He was abducted and everything else. And I find that story to be kind of bullshit, I'm not going to lie. All except for one part of it, which I can't discount, which is apparently they removed a oddly shaped piece of metal that was under his skin. That I don't know. I mean, maybe he's telling the truth then. But everything else sounds to me like basically he got in a fight because if you don't know the story of Travis Walton, he was like working for, I want to say, a lumber company. Him and his foreman were fighting. And it was him and a group of his friends were out drinking or whatever with that foreman. And they saw this light over some spot in the woods. He got out of the truck and apparently got pulled in by the light. And everybody else panicked and drove off and left him behind. And then, like, he was missing for a week, or maybe it was 2 weeks. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, just showed up naked, dehydrated, and everything else. And they came in and launched a whole investigation on it. I think I'm remembering that all correctly. But my whole thing is, what I think happened was they went drinking, they went out in the woods or whatever, and I think they beat him the hell up, or the foreman did. Maybe hit him in the head real hard, knocked him out, or almost killed him. And then he came to and was like out in the woods, and it took him that long to get back to like society, and didn't want to sell out his foreman. That's what I think happened. And that's why everybody lied. Like, as far as the people that they interviewed that were on the crew that were there when he got taken, quote unquote taken, because they were covering for their foreman that was fighting with him. I'm just going to follow this to a logical conclusion and paint out all the red striping I see. I still have the red paint wet. Yeah, I mean, the craziest part is if you watch the movie's really good. Well, it is and it isn't. The part where he's abducted and he's going through what happened to him while he is abducted is pretty fucking like, what am I watching? Like, it's actually really cool. Um, Creepy, but cool as hell. Because it's like they put this like latex over top of him on this operating table, and then like a needle goes in his eye, and like all kinds of craziness. It's wacky what his story was. Like, it's actually one of the creepier alien abductions you've ever seen, because he's like walking around in the ship for a minute, and then that kind of stuff happens. It's definitely a creepy scene. Like the way they did the aliens in it and everything else. But I don't know. I'm like that with, I would kind of discount all UFOs as something else, meteorites, whatever, if it wasn't for David Fravor and Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar is very compelling. The only problem with Bob Lazar is that he is a genius when it comes to propulsion systems, specifically hydrogen cells and stuff like this. So he could technically make up his story and make it make scientific sense. With David Fravor, he treats it like it was no, like, well, yeah, I saw this shit. I don't know what it was, but yeah, that's my story. And like, he doesn't make it a big deal, like, oh, we need to get to the bottom of this and everything else. Tells me he's probably not lying. looks like I got most of the red striping out of the way. Actually, that is part of it, isn't it? So the glove is actually red going into the green. Definitely going to have to tighten up the striping on his shirt and everything else. Go in to dress his teeth. When that sits on there, yep, and then that'll be green striping the rest of the way through. So it'll look correct. I'll have to glue them. This one isn't going to be too bad. The brutal one is going to be when I do the damn Lord of the Rings ones. It's quiet in here. Too quiet. Where Danny must have logged off because I don't hear him yelling about, "Bruv, the Islamists, they're turning the frogs gay." It's all the World Economic Forum's fault. Oh my God. You just reminded me of a very funny story, Sick. Actually, it's a fucked up story. So, a bunch of my buddies, they all lived in a 2-bedroom apartment. And when I say a bunch of buddies, let me say there was 2 in the one room, one that lived in a walk-in closet, one that had his own bedroom, and then one that lived on one of the couches. So 5 guys in a 2-bedroom apartment, right? And it was known as the dog pound. And I'm going to say I had to be about 23 at this point in my life. But anyway, I have this one buddy, and his name's Keith. And Keith was known for walking into a room, and we all smoked weed at that time, like a lot. And the dog pound there was always weed there. But he would walk in, and he was one of those guys who never had money for weed. So he would walk in, and he would pick up whatever smoking device was closest to him, bowl, bong, whatever, and go, "Hey guys, how's it going?" And then take his pinky finger while he's saying, "Hey guys, how's it going?" and put it in the bowl piece to see if there was anything in it. And if there was, he would smoke it. He would just like fire it up, smoke it real quick, right in front of you. And you'd be like, "You son of a bitch." So everybody in the dog pound, we were all talking about this, and we started calling him Bong Finger, right? Because he would do this so consistently. Well, the one day, the one guy who lived in the walk-in closet, I shit you not, he was short. He was like 5 foot, 5'4", I think. Sounds right. 5'4". Yeah, short fucking dude. And he took Caribbean jerk spice. He took a bong. He put it in the kitchen. So when you first walked into the apartment, immediately to the right is a kitchen. He took the bong, set it on the counter in the kitchen so it was visible. He filled the bowl piece with Caribbean jerk spice, then took a little bit of weed, put it on top, used his lighter, and toasted it a little bit, blew all the smoke out and everything else, and left it there because we knew he was coming over. So we're all sitting there, and we hear the door open. Keith walk in. He goes, "Hey guys, how's it going?" All we hear is like the firing up of a lighter, that sound, and then gurgle, 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 the bong gurgling, and we hear and he pukes in the sink. Dude, he coughed for like 4 hours straight. We all ran in, pointing, laughing at him. One of the guys that lived there, we used to call him Grandpa Dog, because he had lungs like a grandpa at that point, and he was only like 22. He fucking he watched it, and he's like, dude, he pulled that bong full. Like, it was solid white smoke in that bong, and he ripped it all down. And oh my God. Never bong fingered anybody again, though. But dude, he coughed for like hours and hours. It was hysterical. Well, it was hysterical to us. I'm sure he didn't find it all that funny. And then, so everybody had their own nickname. The main guy, that the apartment was in his name and all that, and controlled all the bills because everybody else was kind of laissez-faire with the cash coming in, but he was actually solid with it, was Weasley B. Then you had Grandpa Dog. He shared a room with a guy, and we used to call him the fancy lad. He was gay. The other dude, Grandpa Dog, wasn't gay, but the fancy lad was gay. That's why he was the fancy lad. Yes, Bongfinger, the worst James Bond villain. Then Little B, he lived in the closet, in the walk-in closet. Like, he had a bed in there and everything. And then you had Cuban B, who lived on the couch, on one of the couches. When I would come by, I actually, ended up becoming the guy on the couch, is what they used to call me. Because I would stay on the couch and just chill or whatever, watch movies and everything else. And then make sure nobody went off the rails when the party started, like when they were partying. And that was pretty much me. I was one of the only ones in there that cleaned, which is hilarious because I'm lazy. But if there's a pile of dishes in the sink, I'd go knock it out, whatever. It was my way of earning my keep there, basically. And I would come by and just I would crash for 2-3 days at their place, and then on the couch, and then go back to my place in Tabernacle. Well, no. Okay, so the story of the fancy lad. So, yeah, guy on the couch and Cuban B, because the one dude was part Cuban. That all came from the old movie, oh God, Half Baked. Stephen Wright was the guy on the couch, where they give him the hit of the strongest weed, and he would just inhale it and just be like, Yeah, that was me, right? But so the fancy lad, the way he got his name is there's this old movie with Chris Elliott, I want to say the guy's name is, and it was called Cabin Boy. And in it, like, it was hilarious when it came up, but it was actually that one dude, Keith, who came up with the name The Fancy Lad because he was like, yeah, just like Cabin Boy, right? Like, out of nowhere, we're all sitting around smoking at one time, and, dude's gay. We all know it. We all tease him and stuff, but he's one of the dogs. He's a brother. And out of nowhere, Keith looks at him and goes, I know what you are. You're one of them there fancy lads, aren't you? And like we all start dying and we're like, what the fuck is that from? And then all of a sudden Keith's just like, yeah, Cabin Boy, remember? He goes down to the dock in the beginning of the movie and like it's oh god, what's his name? David Letterman is actually like this dude who's on the dock. Like he turns around and you realize it's David Letterman and that's what he says to him. Hey, I know what you are. You're one of them there fancy lads, aren't you? You want to buy a monkey? And he holds up like a toy monkey. No, none of we used to say that to each other. Hey, black ass. But no, nobody named black ass. There was Cuban B, and then, like I said, I was the guy on the couch. They would call me the guy on the couch. But yeah, like fun times, fun partying times. Really good guys. Later on in life, the one guy, Weasley B, that was actually I moved in with him when he bought a house. Right before I got married, got my own house, but I lived with him for a while. Very high strung, very nice guy. Give you the shirt off his back. Let's strengthen up some of the reds. But yeah, like the fancy lad. If you ever get a chance, check out the movie Cabin Boy. It wasn't that great of a movie, but there is some hysterical stuff. Like, there's a part in that movie where Chris Elliott, like, he's annoying the hell out of everybody on the boat because it's just like they lied to him and tricked him into getting on a fishing boat. And he's like a rich, fancy, for like a rich kid, like a rich nerd kid. And he's just like real arrogant and everything else. And David Letterman tricks him into getting onto the wrong boat. And he turns around and he annoys all the fishermen on the boat. So they hook up a dinghy with a rope. And he's like, well, what? And they give him like chocolate milk in a container. And then say, here you go. Here's your rations. Get out there and like lure him out. He's like, well, wait, what about seawater? Is it safe to drink? And they're like, yeah. So he's all sunbaked and everything else. He's drinking seawater and this spoiled chocolate milk. And then he starts hallucinating and he sees a giant tobacco pop out of nowhere. And like the tobacco, like, cause he's hallucinating, the cupcake, he's just like, he sees this giant cupcake pop up and he's looking at it and it starts talking to him. He goes, I know what you're going to say to yourself, kid. What's stranger than a big ass talking cupcake? How about a big ass talking cupcake that spits tobacco and it spits like a whole junk of tobacco on him and stuff? It's funny. Down by the beach, boy. Yeah, Cabin Boy was definitely an obscure, funny movie. I'll never forget one time I'm chilling on the couch. I'm passed out. Like we were partying it up the night before. I had passed out on the damn couch. And Little B came out and was playing music. And he's like, it wasn't even from my perspective. From my perspective, I was unconscious. But according to Little B, he puts on he's playing like all kinds of heavy metal shit at first. He said I was dead asleep, didn't move at all. And then out of nowhere, he put on Pink Floyd Learning to Fly. And like as the drum kicks in on the song, like in the beginning of it, he said all of a sudden he just watched my foot start tapping to the song. Then my legs started tapping. Then my finger on my hand started tapping on my chest. And then all of a sudden I woke up and was like, "What's up? What the hell's going on?" And he like, "Here you go, finger to brighten your day," and just handed me a bong. It was that kind of life. But yeah, up until this point, like those were the good old days when you were young and could do shit like that. Nowadays, try doing that stuff, you'll die. Definitely a lifetime away, it feels like. But I'm going to say that was like 97, 98, somewhere in there. Well, actually, no, it had to be like 90, 98, 99. Because I was doing computers and we were 99. I was definitely like, I would go to work on the weekends doing networking. And then my boss had written a program where we were implementing it in different places for Y2K so that it turned everything from 2-digit to 4-digit. So, you know what I mean? I don't know if everybody's familiar with what happened with Y2K, what the actual problem was, but everybody was panicked about it. So it was literally like just a cash cow. Because basically what had happened when they programmed everything, you know, the date, so say it was, you know, 89, for example. We'll just take 89 for an example. You would just put in, what year it was, and it would say 89. You didn't put in 1989, you just put in 89 because, everybody knew it was 1989. Well, when Y2K was about to hit, they realized this can be an issue because say something happened like 1924 and you just put in 24. Well, does it mean 2024? Does it mean 1924? Yes, I lived the change into the new millennia. New millennium. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yeah, I swear I got the best of all worlds cuz I got to experience the 90s, the 80s. Like the 80s I barely remember the early 80s, but like the later 80s I remember a good chunk of them. Um, the 2000s, like early 2000s, that was definitely a weird time. I mean, I actually got to watch rock and roll die. Like, not many people can say that. Rock is dead. It's been dead for a minute now. Now we're living in an age where we're, like AI can write the song for you if you want it to. Just weird to me. Like, definitely weird and crazy. Things changed, though, so much. Like, you got to see it all. You got to see stuff go from Pong to Nintendo, or to Atari to Nintendo to Super Nintendo to Nintendo 64 to PlayStation, like to all these different video games. Got to see, we really did get to see a lot. Like, it's weird. It's like there's a certain point where I swear the floodgates for technology broke open and everything just changed. It's funny because if you go back and watch like older stuff, a matter of fact, there was a show on AMC. It was called Mad Men, and it tickled me because they showed a time when they had Tupperware parties, like because Tupperware was this brand new goddamn thing, and you're like, really? Like there was a point in time where we didn't have plastic everything. Like here you go. I'm old enough to remember McDonald's coming in styrofoam. Like styrofoam containers. No plastic container or wrapper or what have you. But in an actual like styrofoam container. I can't remember the name of the hamburger that Burger King used to have, but it was a styrofoam container, and one side was cold. Maybe it was McDonald's, McBLT. Is that what it was called? McDLT. That's what it was. And like, it was like the hot side stays hot and the cold side stays cold, and that was the whole gimmick to it. Was they put like the lettuce and tomato on one half of the bun on one side, and then they put the patty and the other half of the bun on the other side in a styrofoam container. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, you lived it too. Just meant you were part of the phenomenon Y2K computer crossover craze as part that scare of the date change, buying up bottled water and whatnot. Yeah, see, like that's the whole thing too, sick. Like, not only did I live that, I actually made a shit ton of money from that because that was me doing that was my computer days before I went into retail. Y2K. I used to do network maintenance, and then when Y2K raised its ugly head and all that was going on, my boss would like we would laugh about it because I was like, "Yo, is there actually a danger here?" He's like, "There's no fucking danger. There is no danger at all. Like people are way overreacting on this damn thing." He wrote a small program and it fixed everything. Like he was just like, we're gonna make so much goddamn money off people just being afraid that their system isn't gonna work and being in Y2K compliance. And he was not wrong. You would knock out every computer in the place in probably about an hour, uploading the program, updating the BIOS, everything else, and then you would charge them for like 3-4, and they were happy about it. Like it was insane. Like it was a money racket. Really was when you really break that stuff down. The only thing that was really in danger, and that didn't take too long to fix because, like I said, boss was an old school programmer too, was the accounting software because they were using this software called Macola. And I'll never forget the name of the software only because it was like Coca-Cola, Cola. Yeah, it was a silly time. People were so scared. Well, same thing with 2012. 2012, the end of the world, and this, that, and the other thing. And people were all panicked about 2012 as well because the Mayan calendar runs out and everything else. And nothing happened. Every time they say something like, oh, well, we're crossing this major threshold of something, nothing really happens. Well, at least not my lifetime. And I'm actually kind of thankful for that nothing really happened. Like, nothing truly terrible or bad happened. Because, I mean, some of the stuff they thought was going to happen would have been tragic if it did. But leading into 2012, we got all the damn disaster movies again. And it was never just like one disaster movie that would cover like an asteroid strike, let's say. So, like, oh, well, we got Deep Impact where a comet hits Earth. And then immediately the day that movie comes out, like a week later, you get Armageddon comes out. Oh Jesus, you're not wrong. Like, so the whole thing that terrifies me with fuel is just how mismanaged it is. Like at this point, it's totally mismanaged. I know if I had grown up in the 60s and I lived in the here and now, I would be so pissed off that I didn't get a flying car. They can't even like get fuel prices where it's down cheap. I mean, I do think it's crazy how things have changed though. And some for the better and some for the worse, but it's all in the way you use them. I mean, take the internet. Like, we can all chat and talk and share points of view and everything else and exchange information and be up to date on different things on the internet. And then we can also just do awful, horrible shit. And now I'm old and have kids. I worry about those kids being in this environment. Well, I just goofed that. Yeah, that really is kind of a terrifying thought, too, Sheree. He's not wrong. Because, you would have said diesel fuel for a big rig might go up to like 4 digits, but for your, you mean like a passenger car, too. That's no good, no bueno. No bueno at all. I'm debating if I want to leave these little black breaks in between the stripes, or if I want to paint up to the line and just make it all solid, go wall to wall with it. I think the little black breaks and their unevenness gives them an unsettling vibe. I mean, I've been doing it by accident, I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I do. I agree with you, Six. Like, I think it does make it like pop a little more. And not just that, but because I've done it by accident and it's just random. And they don't have like the same weight and everything else, it actually gives a little bit more contour, in my opinion, to the actual figure. Almost like the sweater's being pulled one way and then the other. Hmm. Heavy little bugger. Oh, really? You never realized it's red and green like that? Yeah, I mean, to be fair, it's a dirty green. I mean, worst case, if my daughter-in-law doesn't like it, she's at least a makeup artist, so she'll just make it black again and paint over it. It's fine. I won't take offense. Hmm. Monkey like a monkey. I don't think we're looking too bad. Yeah, the black breaks in it were not planned, but I think they do kind of work. His teeth have to be addressed though. Oh, which is going to be weird. Because the whole thing with Freddy Krueger is he doesn't have white teeth. And unfortunately, yellow is going to look funny. So I am going to need a very light gray. He definitely looks pissed off. Let's see what he looks like with the glove on. What are you guys thinking? Think he looks all right? I should touch something else up. Maybe a little highlight in the cheeks or something. I mean, that's got to get glued in place. I got to touch up the red on that. I don't want to go too heavy out with the red or the green, because with the black fading through, it gives it that grungy, dirty look. Yeah, I don't think that's too terrible. I still think it's crazy that I'm doing this shit with like $1 worth of resin, and I don't know how much I've spent on paint, but it's not all that much. The other question, yeah, you know what? I like the stand for this, but I feel like I should stripe some part of it. So that should fit in there like that. I think right here, I am going to go in there. And I'm going to go in there with a metallic. I just have to pick the right one. I don't know if I want to go in there with a gold. Or a copper. I don't want to do silver. That's a... Actually, you know what? That is the right one. I think radiant copper is the way I'm going to go with this and see how she comes out. Worst case, I can always just hit it with black again. Hit it with a quick roundabout and then tighten it up after. my favorite sayings. I'll fix it in post. All right, let's see. Adjust this a little bit. Oh, if I can get it to adjust. Let's see, bring it down. Damn, I can't get that thing to move right. Yeah, I think the bronze rim on the bottom of it definitely helps it. Giving it that gold around here, I think lends to it a little. Might have to go over it in black for the blowouts, but I don't think it looks bad. Pull it up, drop it down. There we go. Pull it back down again. Boom. Let's get that off you. And get you off the stand. There you go. And fix that black real quick where I blew out with the gold. Should be looking all right. Should be looking okay. Where's Bill Cosby? Who was it? Was it Weird Harold or was it Mushmouth? You'll be Obi KB. You'll be Obi KB, Fabi Albert. And then I can go over that again with silver to fix the black blowout. Haha. So that thing isn't perfectly round. I just got to be, now that I know that, I just got to be careful when I go back across it. There it is. Mushmouth. Obi KB. AB Faber Robert. I'll be down the way. Hey, baby. When are you going to put up a new drumming video, 6? think that's out of it. There's a little dot out of place. That's it. It's racist. Fuck that. I love the Cosby Kids. I'll tell you what though, when South Park parodied did the parody, and it was Fat Abbott. He's like, hey, 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 bitch, I bust a cap up in that ass. That was the greatest shit right there. See if I can actually get him in a camera view where he is kind of chilling. What can I do to hold you up? The camera will not let me come down flat. Oh, playing with the camera. Let's see, can I pull it back a little? Yeah, see, I really want to bring this up. Spin. Yeah, blasphemous. Hey, 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 blasphemous dope fiend bitch. That was a great episode. I mean, I'm sorry. Bill Cosby, for all his terrible shit, it's you can't deny. He may have done some awful shit, but goddamn was that man funny. Like he was a funny, funny man. Oh shit. I'm like 2 seconds from calling it a day and just realized what I forgot to paint. And I should be able to hit this real quick. If I can stop grabbing the grays out of my damn palette. And I want to say I used this color for it, which is why it's sitting over on the side. And I can hit this real quick and hopefully it'll be all right. Not realizing they had like his hand wrapped under it. And I kept seeing it and just kept letting it go. Shit. I need thinner. I think it's just down to you. It looks terrible. Oh, you blasphemous bastards. Why would you do this to me? that stupid hand. And it is stupid the way they did it. Should have just had the whole arm covering it. Instead, I got like these 3 little crap squiggle lines coming out the side of them that just don't look right. I would have almost preferred a hand that just went to nothing versus what they did here. All right, but that should fix it. Oh, what are we at? 1? That's not terrible, actually. Let's put them together and see how he looks. Might help if I spun that thing the right way. Oh, he's gonna fall. Hold still, you bitch. Oh, son of a... Oh yeah, you're definitely getting glued, buddy. Moving back. I swear if this falls and breaks part of that glove off, I am going to be pissed. Actually, you know what? I'm looking at it, and I see one part off on the damn thing. That little shade on his nose just wasn't right. It's going to be so much better when this thing's all glued together. There we go. Maybe turn them like this in the camera. Oh. What do you think, guys? How'd he come out? Definitely a tricky son of a bitch. A lot of those inlaid scars were a pain in the ass. Dear Lord. Oh, my back. Definitely been one. Thanks, 6. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to lie a little bit. I kind of figured this one was going to get janky and it was going to come out kind of the way it looks. Not the little black stripes in there, though. That was definitely an accident, but I figured it was going to come out something like this because when it comes to flesh tones, I have trouble with it. I think it's also the viscosity of the paint. Like when you use I can't, what's the name of the really good Vallejo or whatever? Like they legit just make paints that are different skin tones. This, I'm mixing like 3-4 different paints just to get one goddamn skin tone. So I don't think it's the best one I've ever done, but I am happy with how the glove came out. Glove definitely has that pop and pizzazz to it. See, get these out of the way. Up just a little bit. Oh, thanks, Alien. You popped in right at the end, huh? Like I saw you early on, then you popped out. What'd you do? Pop out, go have a stream, and then come back? I mean, regardless, all good, brother. Thank you for even dropping in. Thank you for the compliment. Thanks, Sheree. Yeah, he was definitely difficult. Like I said, it's something about the flesh tones always kind of elude me. Yeah, I am happy you dropped in, Alien. That's awesome. This one was a crazy one. Oh. Teeth actually came out all right, though, on it. I'm shocked by that. Figured they'd look kind of shitty, but because of how tight and small and close they are, but they actually colored like damn near perfect. Oh, I don't feel bad, Alien. I didn't really cover all that much. Just the whole this was an entire paint job about nothing. I think telling one or two funny stories about Caribbean jerk spice and bongs and stuff like this, and Bong Finger, the worst of the James Bond villains. Are you in the path of that hurricane by chance, Alien? Like that tropical storm, are you starting to get rain from it and shit? Because it's looking like we're going to get hit with an outer band. And last time we got hit with an outer band from the other hurricane from Helene, so it's going to suck. I don't even know if did it strengthen to a hurricane or is it still a tropical storm? Do we know? Hopefully it misses you. Hopefully it misses me too. Hopefully it misses all of Florida. That's just wishful thinking though. Knowing my luck, it'll be Thursday night and all of a sudden there'll go the power. Alien, what is your normal streaming schedule? Thursday? I mean, it feels like you go random sometimes. Like you were streaming the other night when ABL was streaming. I was like, what the fuck? Really? It was windy up there? That's craziness. Best we can hope for with this one is that, like I said, it blows back out to sea or something. Not going to happen. But even if it crosses Florida, that it doesn't blow all the way up into North Carolina, because those poor people, they'll definitely be. That would be most tragic situation possible. Gotcha. Yeah, I'm always Thursday and Sundays. That's usually when I'm doing my damn thing. I'm just curious because, like I said, one day we'll have to cross the streams. You'll have to. I guess I'll have to download Streamlabs for us to collaborate like that. I think that's the only way you can do it. Yeah, it would be devastating, Sheree. Like, I don't even want to think about it. I'm not going to lie. Like our government, the amount of help going to them already is pathetic. I can't imagine if they get whacked again. Putting away some of my paints. Yeah, done random lives. But yeah, I'm going to have to figure out Streamlabs, I guess, because I don't think there's a way you can do it with OBS to stream together. But definitely, I think that would be a fun stream. I just have to remember to watch my language because we would do it, I think, on yours because you want to be monetized and all that. I'm gonna have to watch my language. See, like the problem is this, Shrek. Like you said, 60 mile per hour winds up in Ohio, which is crazy. But I don't know if it's because the worst hurricane I went through was Matthew down here, where it stalled on top of us, and the winds were going like 80, 90 miles an hour or whatever. But I walked the dog in Hurricane Helene when it was hitting us. And like I was just like, the wind's kind of bad. It's not terrible. Like I don't know. Like it was weird. Like I didn't feel like and I must have just gotten brushed by an outer band or something. I don't know. But it didn't feel all that bad to me. And then just looking at the destruction, like I said, as soon as I got power back and I could actually see the internet fully, and I was like, God damn, everything got wrecked. All right, cool, alien. Yeah, definitely. I'll have to print out like a alien spaceship or something and paint it on your stream. Hurricanes don't suck, they blow. Um, yeah, I just. Yeah, I believe you sent a lot of workers south because they said they came as far away as Illinois to like my area. For example, the power company was even saying, yes, we've brought people in from as far away as Illinois to help repair lines. And there's still 102 people down here without power. I don't know how far off grid those people are, but they've got to be pretty far out. And what was extra shitty, it seemed like where all the rich people live, they got their power back almost immediately, like next day. And then I live out in the sticks, and most of the people around me are indigent, and it was like no help was coming. It was literally the community. I give a lot of credit to the community here, where we don't talk to each other. We'll wave to each other if you see a neighbor out on the lawn. Hey, how you doing? Hey, how you doing? You just go about your business. Nobody really gets in each other's business, but when stuff like this happens, everybody just comes together. Yeah, I mean, so I saw, and I've seen it with other hurricanes where the hurricane is hit and hit an area, and like the town next to it didn't even get touched. Like, it's weird. It's definitely weird. One of the other things down here, I think, is they've been doing a lot of logging, and I think that's why more trees are coming down and getting uprooted, because before the other trees would windbreak and everything else, and they're not there to windbreak anymore. Yeah. Yes. So we have Mr. Frederick Krueger. I'll be live again Thursday. I think it's a good time to call it a stream. Otherwise, I'll go into epic rap battles with Alien on here, and nobody wants to hear two white boys rap battle, especially when they're not Eminem. It's like more like Vanilla Ice with no rhythm, like Vanilla Sherbet at that point. But thank you guys. Sheree, you're a trooper. You hung in there for the entire damn thing. I appreciate the hell out of you. Keep being an amazing mod over there at ABL. You guys are killing it. I might as well shout him out and say ABL is live every Wednesday and Saturday at, say, 8:05 to give him 5 minutes to, hydrate and what have you before his streams. But he goes on 8 o'clock on every Wednesday and Saturday. Alien just said he's live every Thursday, Friday, now sometimes Saturdays, and the time will vary on that, but you can definitely find him on his channel. What is this APL you speak of? And then check out Six's his channel, his YouTube channel. He's got some awesome drum videos. He's a pretty damn good drummer. It's definitely worth watching him go mad on them drums. The man can play with some sticks, I'll say that much. But thank you guys. Thank you for watching. Thank you for just listening, talking, and contributing. Like, you guys make this shit fun for me. And hopefully you're enjoying yourselves. You enjoyed the stream and everything was good. But yeah, I think we're going to call it a night there. Thank you guys again. And just remember, until next we meet, whether it be an ABL on Wednesday, one of Alien streams, or on my stream on Thursday, hang tough. Don't let life get you down. And most importantly, don't take shit from anybody. Good night, guys.